In the 17th century, 1/3 of all Dutch sailors who signed on with the VOC never made it home. Their bodies sank to the bottom of some distant sea, or rotted in unmarked graves on foreign shores. Starvation, disease, and accidents claimed more lives than all the naval battles combined. And still, men kept signing up. Quick notes, subscribe if you want more stories like this. Also, tell me where you're listening from. Someone in Amsterdam listens at 4 a.m. and I keep wondering that before bed or just really early morning. All right, let's set sail metaphorically. For now to the Dutch Republic in 1655. First, get comfortable. Pillows arranged, check. Blanket situation handled. Perfect, good. The cold morning air bites at your face as you wake in a small farming village north of Rotterdam. Light seeps through the single narrow window of your family's farmhouse, dim and thin. The straw mattress beneath you crackles as you shift, sending a cloud of dust into the room. There's no comfort here, no soft warmth, just a thin wool blanket that barely keeps the chill at bay. Your name is Jan van Leyden, and at 18, you're already weary of dairy farming. Every morning the same, milking cows before dawn, the smell of manure permanently embedded in your clothes, the endless monotony of rural life. Your father and brothers seem content with this existence, but something inside you yearns for more. Double quotes, Jan. The cows won't milk themselves. Your father's voice booms from outside, breaking your thoughts. You've heard the stories, the VOC, the Dutch East India Company, its ships sailing to exotic lands, returning with spices, silks, and unimaginable riches. Men who came back could buy entire farms, or, at least, that's what people say. Nobody mentions the ones who never return. Coming, father, you call, but your mind is elsewhere. For months, you've been secretly planning your escape to Amsterdam to sign on with the VOC. You've been hiding a few coins here and there, enough to pay for the journey, enough to take that first step toward the world beyond these flat, monotonous fields. Your father would never approve. He's heard too many stories of boys who sailed away and never came back. But what does he know of adventure? Of seeing the world beyond these boring, wind-swept boulders? That evening, after the animals are fed, and the family sits down for a simple meal of dark bread and cheese, you finally gather your courage. Father, I want to join the VOC fleet, you announce, your voice steadier than you expected. The table falls silent. Your mother's spoon clatters against her bowl. Your father's face doesn't show anger as you'd expected, but something worse, fear. Absolutely not, he says flatly. Do you know how many boys sign those papers and never return? The ships are floating coffins. Those are just stories, you argue. To scare people away from the riches, I'll come back wealthy enough to pay all your debts and more. Your father's eyes narrow. If you leave for the VOC, don't expect a place here when you return. If you return, the words sting, but your mind is made up. That night, you pack your meager belongings, a spare shirt, your knife, the few coins you've saved. Before dawn breaks, you slip away from the only home you've ever known. The journey to Amsterdam takes 2 days, a bumpy coach ride through endless farmland, then a night at a roadside inn that costs nearly half your savings. But finally, you see the sprawling city appear on the horizon, its church spires reaching toward the sky. Amsterdam overwhelms your senses. The streets bustle with more people than you've ever seen in one place. Merchants shout their wares. The smell of spices, fish, and unwashed bodies mingles in the air. You make your way slowly toward the harbor where you've heard the VOC offices are located. You look lost. Farm boy, a voice calls out. You turn to see a well-dressed man approaching. His clothes are finer than any you've seen in your village. A silk waistcoat, polished boots, a hat with a small feather. I'm looking for the VOC offices, you reply. I want to sign on as a sailor. The man's eyes light up. What fortune? I'm Rick Van Groot, a recruiter for the company. He extends his hand. You're looking at exactly the right person. Something feels too convenient, but his confident demeanor and fine clothes make you trust him. Besides, what do you know of city ways? I can guarantee you placement on one of our finest ships, Rick says, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Without my help, it's nearly impossible these days. To many men wanting to few spots. I don't have much money, you admit. Rick waves his hand dismissively. Just a small fee which we can handle as an advance against your wages, and I'll provide room and board until sailing day. Can't have a company man sleeping in the streets, can we? Before you can think too deeply about it, Hendrik is guiding you through the warren of Amsterdam's streets, regaling you with stories of the East Indies. The women there, he says, with a wink, practically throw themselves at Dutch sailors, and the spices, some worth more than gold. Men have built mansions from a single successful voyage. How long would I be gone, you ask? 5 years is the standard contract, he replies, but the time flies, and you'll return a wealthy man. Your stomach tightens at the thought of 5 years away, but the promise of wealth and adventure pushes the doubt aside. Rich leads you to a nondescript building several blocks from the harbor. This is where our recruits stay until departure, safe from those who might try to steal your position. The moment you step inside, the smell hits you. Unwashed bodies, stale beer, and something worse beneath it all. The dim cellar room is packed with men, some playing dice, others slumped in corners, nursing cups of cheap gin. Welcome to your new home, Rix says cheerfully. The ship leaves in 3 weeks. After signing a contract you can barely read, you're given a thin pallet in the corner. That night, lying on the hard floor, you begin to wonder if you've made a terrible mistake. But it's too late now. Your father's words echo in your memory. There's no going back. The days in the cellar blur together. The food is barely edible. Watery porridge and stale bread. Rich tells you it's to prepare your stomach for ship's fare. The gin flows freely though, keeping most men in a permanent haze. Better to keep you lads happy, Hendrik says when he visits, always with more alcohol. One morning, after what feels like weeks in the dank cellar, you're awakened by Hendrik and his associates. Today's the day, lads, he announces cheerfully. Time to board, but something feels wrong. The men are being given extra gin, more than usual. You take only a small amount, wanting your wits about you. Listen carefully, Rix says, his jovial mask slipping slightly. When we reach the VOC building, you need to get inside by any means necessary. There will be others trying for the same spots. But you said our positions were guaranteed, one man protests. And they are, Hendrik assures him. If you make it through the door, as your group is led through Amsterdam's streets toward the VOCC headquarters, the true nature of the situation becomes clear. A crowd hundreds strong surrounds the building. Men are literally climbing the walls trying to get in through windows. Some jump down into the crowd below, often breaking limbs in the process. What is this, you ask, horrified. The hiring fare, Hendrik says simply. Now go. The next hours are chaos. You're pushed and shoved toward the building's entrance. Twice, you're nearly crushed in the press of desperate bodies. When the doors finally open to admit another group, you manage to slip inside, narrowly avoiding a man who falls from the window above. Inside the VOCC office, the truth of Hendrik's guarantee becomes painfully clear. He's what sailors call a soul seller or crimper. Men who round up desperate souls, keep them drunk and imprisoned, then deliver them to the company for a fee. As you're processed and enlisted for your 5-year term, you learn that Hendrik receives 150 guilders for delivering you, plus another 50 for your room and board. The money will be deducted from your wages, leaving you with significantly less than promised. But protesting now would only get you thrown back into the street. 2 days later, you get your first glimpse of the ship that will be your home for the next several months. The East India is enormous, 3 times larger than any building in your village. Its 3 masts tower above the docks, vast sails furled like sleeping giants. Impressive, isn't she, Mumbai? Says a weathered sailor standing next to you. The Batavia's pride bound for the Spice Islands. You nod, unable to find words. The ship simultaneously inspires awe and dread. First voyage. The sailor asks, reading your expression. Yes, you admit. He gives you a look that's half pity, half amusement. Well, farm boy, you're in for quite an education. Boarding the ship feels like entering another world. Officers shout orders as sailors scurry about the deck. You're directed below to the crew quarters, just 1 level above the cargo hold. The space is nothing like you imagined. Where you expected bunks, or at least hammocks, you find a dark, cramped area where men will sleep shoulder to shoulder on the hard deck. The ceiling is so low you can barely stand upright. What little light filters through comes from gaps in the planking above. This is where we sleep, you ask another new recruit. Sleep, eat, and when the weather's too bad to use the heads, he replies matter-of-factly. Welcome to the glorious life at sea. The air is already thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, tar, and the unmistakable Thames of urine. And the ship hasn't even left port. That first night aboard, unable to sleep on the hard deck, you think of your father's warning. Maybe he knew more than you gave him credit for, but it's far too late for regrets now. At dawn, the ship's bell rings, signaling all hands on deck. The anchors are raised, sails unfurled, and the Batavia's pride slowly pulls away from Amsterdam. As the city recedes into the distance, you realize that your old life is truly behind you now, standing at the rail, watching the only world you've known disappear. An older sailor stops beside you. Having second thoughts already, he asks, "No, you lie." He laughs, a sound with no humor in it. You will. The North Sea greets the ship with choppy waves that send your stomach lurching. By nightfall, you and most of the other new recruits are violently ill, your bodies rejecting the motion of the ship. The more experienced sailors walk around your retching forms with practiced indifference. You'll get your sea legs, one tells you as you hang miserably over a bucket. Or you'll die. Either way, the puking stops eventually. As the ship makes its way into the English Channel, you begin to understand the reality of your situation. The romantic notions of adventure that drove you from your father's farm have evaporated, replaced by the grim reality of life aboard a VOC ship. The food is barely edible, salted meat so tough you can barely chew it, hardtack crawling with weevils and beer that tastes more like seawater than anything brewed in Holland. The work is relentless. Scrubbing decks, hauling ropes, mending sails. Your hands, once calloused from farm work, blister and bleed from the rough hemp ropes. Your back aches from stooping in the low crew quarters. The officers show little mercy to new recruits, responding to mistakes with curses or the lash. At night, as you lie on the hard deck, trying to find a position that doesn't press against bruises or blisters, you wonder if you'll survive to see the tropical paradises Rick promised. And if you do, will they be anything like the fantasy that lured you away from home? One of the older sailors, a man named Peter, who's made the journey 3 times, sits beside you during a brief rest period. "I see that look," he says, offering you a sip from his flask. You're wondering if you've made the biggest mistake of your life. You take the flask gratefully. "Haven't I?" Peter shrugs. "Perhaps, but you're here now, and wishing won't change that. Best learn quickly if you want to survive." "What should I know?" you ask, desperate for any advantage. Peter leans closer. "First, the officers aren't your friends, but neither are they your enemies. They want an efficient ship, nothing more. Second, find something you're good at. Cooking, sewing, carpentry. Specialists are valuable. Third, he taps his temple. Keep your mind. The sea takes many men's sanity before it takes their bodies." As the ship sails into the vast Atlantic, leaving the coast of Europe behind, you try to heed Peter's advice. You volunteer for extra work in the carpenter's area, having some skill with tools from the farm. The head carpenter, a gruff man named Will, seems to appreciate your initiative, if not your limited abilities. "At least you can tell a hammer from your," he grunts after watching you work. "That's more than I can say for most of these idiots. It's not much, but in this floating world of misery, even the smallest approval feels like victory." 3 weeks into the voyage, the first man dies. A sailor no older than you succumbs to a fever that swept through the crew quarters. His body, wrapped in an old sail, weighted with cannon shot, is committed to the deep after a brief ceremony. "Remember your comrade," the captain intones as the shrouded form slides into the sea. "And remember that the company rewards those who endure." As the Atlantic swells close over the sailor's remains, you can't help but wonder how many more will follow before you reach the East Indies, and whether you'll be among them. The sailor's body sinks beneath the waves, gone forever. A moment of silence hangs over the crew. Then it's back to work, as if nothing happened. Life on a VOC ship stops for nothing, not even death. You're quickly learning the rhythms of this floating wooden world. The ship's bell structures your existence, dividing the day into watches, for hours on, for hours off. At least, that's how it's supposed to work. In reality, all hands are frequently called for difficult maneuvers or emergencies, meaning sleep comes in broken fragments. "Get used to it," Peter tells you as you rub your bloodshot eyes during a rare moment of rest. "I haven't slept more than 3 hours straight in 15 years at sea." The ship operates on a merciless schedule dictated by the bell. 8 bells mark the end of a watch. Then the count starts over. Even in your sleep, the rhythm penetrates your dreams. 1 bell, 2 bells, 3 bells. Your assigned watch is the morning watch from 4 to 8 o'clock in the morning, and the first dog watch from 4 to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, which means you're awake during the coldest, darkest hours before dawn, and again during the hottest part of the day. The worst of both worlds. "Could be worse," says William the carpenter when you complain. "Middle watch is midnight to 4. Try getting decent sleep after that." Life aboard the Batavia's Pride settles into a grim routine. Wake to the sound of the boatswain's whistle. Choke down whatever passes for breakfast. Then work until you're ready to drop. The work is endless. hauling ropes, scrubbing decks, mending sails, pumping bilge water. Your hands have developed calluses on top of calluses, and your back feels permanently bent from stooping in the low crew quarters. The food somehow gets worse with each passing week. Breakfast is a grey slop that might have once been porridge, dotted with unidentifiable lumps that crunch between your teeth. Don't look too closely, advises an old sailor named Cornelis as you pick something suspiciously beetle-shaped from your wooden bowl. Just swallow quick and be glad for the protein. Dinner at noon consists of salt beef or pork, so briny it makes your lips crack, served with mushy peas or beans the color of wet ash. The meat is often stirred with greenish slime that everyone pretends not to notice. This can't be fit for human consumption, you mutter one day, trying to saw through a piece of salt pork with your knife. It's not, Cornelius says cheerfully. That's why they feed it to sailors. Supper at 6 is the worst. Just leftovers from breakfast and dinner mixed together in a revolting stew. The only saving grace is your daily ration of watered-down brandy, which helps numb both your taste buds and the constant ache in your muscles. The drinking water stored in wooden casks in the hold quickly turns foul. After a month at sea, it's thick with algae and wriggling with tiny creatures. The officers get fresh water longer. But for common sailors like you, drinking becomes an exercise in filtering through gritted teeth. Don't think about it, Peter advises as you gag on a mouthful of brackish water. Just imagine it's beer from the tavern back home. Home. The word brings a pang you hadn't expected. The farm you were so desperate to escape now seems like paradise compared to this floating hell. Below decks, the crew quarters have become a nightmare of filth and stench. With over 100 men packed into a space meant for half that number, the air is thick enough to chew. Bodily odor, unwashed clothing, the reek of vomit from those still fighting seasickness, it all combines into a miasma that never dissipates. Breathe through your mouth, suggests a sailor named Martin. After a few months, you won't even notice it anymore. That's not reassuring, you reply. He shrugs. Wasn't meant to be. Sleep brings little relief. The hard deck beneath your thin sleeping mat bruises your hip bones and shoulders. Rats scurry over and around you in the darkness. The snoring, coughing, and occasional retching of your shipmates provides a constant soundtrack to your fitful rest. One morning you wake to find a rat sitting on your chest, bold as brass, nibbling at the sleeve of your shirt. You swat it away with a curse. Made a friend. Cornelius chuckles from his spot nearby. Better company than some, you retort, which earns you a rare laugh from the usually dour old sailor. The worst part isn't the rats, or even the filth. It's the complete lack of privacy. Every bodily function is performed with an audience. The heads, crude holes over the bow of the ship where sailors relieve themselves, are exposed to the elements and the eyes of anyone on the foredeck. During storms or rough seas, men simply use buckets in the crew quarters, adding to the already overwhelming stench. You'll get used to it seems to be everyone's refrain. You're starting to hate those words. 2 months into the voyage, the ship enters the doldrums near the equator. The sails hang limp in the breathless air. The sun beats down with merciless intensity. The ship's progress slows to a crawl, sometimes only a few miles a day. The heat is unlike anything you've experienced. In the cool Netherlands, sweat pours from your body constantly, soaking your clothes and never drying. The tar between the deck planks softens and bubbles. Metal fittings become too hot to touch with bare hands. Welcome to hell's front porch, Peter says, wiping reek of sweat from his face. We're not even in the worst of it yet. In this heat, the conditions below decks become truly unbearable. The air is so thick and foul that candles struggle to burn. Men gasp like landed fish, some sleeping on deck despite strict rules against it. I'd rather take a flogging than spend another night down there. One sailor mutters after being caught by the boats and sleeping on the main deck. The flogging he receives the next morning might change his mind, but you understand the sentiment. 20 lashes with the catine tails leaves his back a cross-hatched mess of bloody welts. You watch, stomach churning, as the ship's surgeon roughly swabs the wounds with brine, causing the man to scream through gritted teeth. Let that be a lesson, the boatswain announces to the assembled crew. Discipline doesn't take a holiday in the doldrums. That night, despite the terrible example, you find yourself longing for a breath of fresh air. The crew quarters are an oven, the air so foul it seems solid. Your lungs burn with each breath. Finally, risking punishment, you slip up to the main deck in the darkest hour of the night. The sky above is a revelation, an endless vault of stars, more than you ever imagined existed, reflecting in the glassy sea. For a moment, the beauty makes you forget the misery of your circumstances. Beautiful, isn't it? The voice startles you. It's the ship's doctor, a thin man named Rick Yans, who rarely mingles with the common sailors. Yes, sir, you reply cautiously, expecting to be reported for being on deck during sleeping hours. Don't worry, he says, seeming to read your thoughts. I'm not going to report you. I come up most nights myself. He gestures to the star-filled sky. Better than staring at the ceiling planks and breathing that soup below. Thank you, sir. Been feeling well, he asks, switching abruptly to a professional tone. No fever, loose bowels? I'm fine, sir, you reply, though in truth, your gums have begun to feel tender when you chew the rock-hard ship's biscuit. And you've noticed small bruises appearing on your arms and legs for no apparent reason. The doctor doesn't sound convinced. Come see me if that changes. Better early than late. He moves away, leaving you to wonder what he saw that prompted the question. You return below decks before dawn, slipping back to your sleeping spot undetected. The next day brings a new horror. One of the older sailors, a man named Adrian, who's made this voyage twice before, collapses while hauling on a line. His shipmates carry him below decks to the sick bay, a small, slightly less crowded corner of the crew quarters designated for the ill. You visit him during your off-watch hours, bringing a ladle of drinking water. What you see shocks you to your core. Adrian's face is swollen, his gums bleeding freely, dark bruises mottle his visible skin like plague spots. What's wrong with him? You ask the doctor, who's examining the man's mouth with a wooden spatula. Scurvy, Dr. Jans replies grimly. The sailor's curse. We've been at sea too long without fresh provisions. Will he recover? The doctor gives you a level look. Not without fresh fruit or vegetables. And where would we get those in the middle of the ocean? Adrian dies 3 days later, his body so ravaged by the disease that he's unrecognizable. Like the sailor before him, he's sewn into an old sail and sent to his rest in the deep. This time, you help with the preparation of the body. The experience is one you know will haunt your dreams. His teeth fell out while I was sewing the shroud, whispers Martin, who helped you prepare the body just dropped into the canvas like pebbles. And the smell? He shudders. Fear ripples through the crew. Everyone checks their bodies for the telltale signs. Bleeding gums, strange bruises, swollen joints. You find yourself pressing your teeth with your finger every few hours, terrified they might feel loose. It's not just scurvy we need to worry about, Peter tells you during a quiet moment. Dysentery, typhus, malaria. Once we reach the tropics proper, the company expects to lose 1/3 of us before we reach Batavia. That's just the cost of doing business. 1-3. The number staggers you if we're lucky, he says grimly. Some voyagers lose half. With this cheery thought to sustain you, the days in the doldrums drag on. The ship's water supply dwindles alarmingly. Rations are cut, then cut again. Men fight over the last drops in the bottom of the drinking barrel. The officers maintain order with increasing difficulty. They'll start dying like flies soon, Cornelius predicts, watching as the sailors come to blows over a cup of rancid water. Then there'll be more water for the rest of us. Nature's way of balancing things. His callousness shocks you, but you're beginning to understand. At sea, sentiment is a luxury few can afford. Survival means thinking practically, even cry. Relief comes unexpectedly one sweltering afternoon. Dark clouds build on the horizon, quickly swallowing the sky. The captain orders all hands to prepare for rain. Every available container is brought on deck. Barrels, buckets, even cupped sails to funnel the precious water. When the rain comes, it's a deluge. Water pours from the sky in solid sheets. Men strip naked, dancing in the downpour, mouths open to catch the fresh water. You join them, the cool rain on your skin, the most exquisite sensation you can remember. God's mercy, someone shouts above the roar of the storm. The rain brings wind, blessed wind that fills the sails and propels the ship forward again. The doldrums are behind you. The officers allow the celebration to continue longer than usual, recognizing the crew's desperate need for this small joy. That night, with full water barrels in the ship making good progress again, the mood below decks is almost cheerful. Men sing sea shanties, play dice, share stories of home. For the first time in weeks, you feel a spark of hope. We might make it after all, you tell Peter. He gives you an appraising look. You're tougher than you look, farm boy. Maybe you will. The improved conditions don't last. As the ship sails farther south, new problems arise. The heat remains intense and now brings with it swarms of flying insects that somehow find the ship, even hundreds of miles from land. They infest the food stores, the water barrels, the crew's bedding everywhere. Better get used to extra protein, Willem jokes, fishing 3 tiny black beetles from his porridge one morning. Food becomes a growing concern. The salt meat is increasingly rancid. The ship's biscuit so hard it must be soaked in liquid before it can be eaten, and even then, it's infested with weevils that survive the soaking. Don't look, just eat becomes your mantra. Disease continues to stalk the crew. More men show signs of scurvy. Others develop dysentery. Their constant trips to the heads weakening them until they can barely stand. The sick bay fills then overflows into the regular crew quarters, meaning healthy men must sleep alongside the sick and dying. One night, you wake to find the man sleeping next to you has died during the night, his unseeing eyes staring at the ceiling, mouth frozen in a rich grimace. You call for help, and the body is unceremoniously removed. Another sailor simply takes the vacant spot, and life, such as it is, goes on. You try to keep yourself occupied with work, volunteering for extra duties in the carpenter's shop, where at least the air is marginally fresher, and the company less crowded. Willem seems to appreciate your efforts, teaching you the basics of ship repair and maintenance. Pay attention, he growls as he shows you how to splice rope. This knowledge, might save your miserable life someday. Despite the grim conditions, you find yourself adapting. Your sea legs are firmly established now. You can walk the deck in rolling seas without stumbling. Your hands have toughened, your muscles hardened. You're learning the complex language of the ship, the hundreds of specialized terms for every rope, sail, and piece of equipment. You're becoming a proper sailor, Cornelius observes. One day, as you nimbly climb the ratlines to help furl a sail, still green as grass, but not completely useless anymore. Coming from him, it's high praise. 3 months into the voyage, the first major storm hits. Dark clouds gather on the horizon with frightening speed. The captain orders the sails reduced, battening down for heavy weather. Rain lashes the deck, driven horizontal by howling winds. Waves the size of houses lift the ship skyward, then drop it, sickening into troughs deep enough to swallow the entire vessel. Below decks is chaos. Men vomit from the violent motion. Loose items become deadly projectiles flying across the compartment with each roll of the ship. Water leaks through the deck seams, soaking bedding and clothing. The constant creaking and groaning of the ship's timber sounds like a beast in pain. She-hold, Peter assures you as a particularly violent wave crashes over the deck above. These ships are built for this. His words offer little comfort as the storm rages through the night and into the next day. You're called on deck despite the danger needed to help secure a sail that's come partially loose. The experience is terrifying, clinging to the yard arm high above the deck. Rain and wind battering your body, the ship rolling beneath you, so that one moment you're looking straight down at the deck, the next at the sky. Don't look down, will shouts from the yard arm beside you. Just focus on the sail. With numbed fingers, you help tie down the thrashing canvas. By the time you descend to the deck, you're soaked to the bone and shaking with cold and fear. But there's also a strange exhilaration. You faced death and survived. The storm eventually passes, leaving a trail of damage in its wake. 2 men were washed overboard, never to be seen again. Another broke his leg when a loose cannon slid across the deck. The ship itself suffered torn sails, broken spars, and a sprung leak that requires constant pumping to keep under control. Repairs become the priority. You work alongside Willem and his team, patching, splicing, and rebuilding. The work is exhausting, but keeps your mind occupied, preventing you from dwelling on the 2 empty spaces where men slept just days ago. The sea takes what it wants, Willem says, when he catches you staring at one of the vacant spots. No use thinking about it. Just be glad it wasn't you. 4 months into the voyage, the captain announces that you'll be making a stop at the Cape of Good Hope, the VOCC's way station in southern Africa. The news spreads through the crew like wildfire, raising spirits dramatically. The prospect of fresh food, clean water, and most importantly, solid ground beneath your feet is intoxicating. Don't get too excited, Peter warns. The company won't let us stay long. Just enough to resupply and repair the worst damage. I don't care, you reply. Even one day on land will be paradise after this. As the ship approaches the Cape, you get your first glimpse of Africa, a dramatic coastline of steep cliffs and mountains rising from the sea. After months of nothing but water in every direction, the sight of land brings tears to your eyes. The ship drops anchor in Table Bay, beneath the imposing bulk of Table Mountain. Boats come out from shore, bringing the harbor pilot and company officials. Arrangements are made for resupply and shore leave, strictly controlled and in shifts, to prevent desertion. When your turn comes to go ashore, You can barely contain yourself. The small boat takes you to a wooden pier, and for the first time in 4 months, you set foot on solid, unmoving ground. Your legs, accustomed to the constant motion of the ship, feel strange. You stagger like a drunk man for the first few steps. Sea legs, laughs an older sailor. You'll get your land legs back soon enough. The VOCC fort dominates the small settlement, a stark white structure flying the company flag. Beyond it lies a scatter of buildings, warehouses, taverns, shops, catering. 2 sailors. In the distance, native dwellings can be seen, smoke rising from cooking fires. For hours, the officer in charge of your group reminds you anyone not back at the pier by then stays behind, and deserters will be hunted down and hanged. You have no intention of deserting. Despite the hardships of the voyage, you're determined to see it through. Besides, what would you do here, stranded at the southern tip of Africa? For now, you have 4 precious hours of freedom. First stop, a tavern, where you spend some of your meager advance on the first fresh food you've tasted in months. Bread that doesn't shatter your teeth, meat that isn't salt-cured to the consistency of leather, vegetables that still have color and texture. I'd forgotten food could taste like this, you say, mouthful of fresh bread. Enjoy it while you can, replies Cornelis, who's part of your shore party. It's back to weevils and salt tomorrow. After eating, you wander through the settlement, drinking in the sights, sounds, and smells of land. You purchase a small carved wooden bird from a native trader. A frivolous expense, but something to remind you that there's a world beyond the ship's planks. All too soon, the 4 hours are up. You return to the pier and the waiting boat as you row back to the Batavia's Pride. You cast one last glance at the shore, a mix of longing and resignation tugging at you. Tomorrow, it's back to the endless roll of the sea, continuing the long voyage to the East Indies. For now, though, you store away the memory of solid ground, fresh food, and the warmth of the Cape-like treasure, a small comfort to carry through whatever lies ahead. Back aboard the Batavia's Pride, the brief joy of the Cape stop fades quickly. The ship feels even more confining after your taste of freedom. Yet one crucial difference stands out. The holds are stocked with fresh water and provisions. For the first time in months, Cornelius says, gesturing toward a table heaped with actual vegetables. The food isn't crawling with weevils or green with mold. Eat up. You stare in wonder. Won't last long, he adds. Fresh stuff goes to the officers first. Whatever trickles down to us, we'll savor while it lasts. In 2 weeks, we'll be back to chewing leather and picking weevils out of biscuits. Hierarchies on the ship are never clearer than in food distribution. The captain and officers enjoy fresh provisions long after the common sailors return to salt beef and hardtack. For now, though, you savor every bite of bread, every mouthful of vegetables, as if tasting freedom itself. Other improvements extend beyond food. At the Cape, the sickest men were left behind, either to recover or die at the VOC hospital, while new recruits replaced the losses from the first leg of the journey. Crew quarters, though still cramped and foul, are less crowded. The ship itself has been repaired, leaks sealed, damaged spars replaced, as the Batavia's Pride leaves Table Bay, setting course east into the Indian Ocean. A sense of renewed purpose ripples through the crew. You're too cheerful, Peter warns, noticing your improved spirits. The Indian Ocean has its own ways of killing men different from the Atlantic, but just as effective. 2 weeks out, his warning proves prophetic. The ship hits the roaring 40s. Powerful westerly winds that speed the journey but bring monstrous rolling waves, tossing the vessel like a toy. For days, sheets of green water crash over the deck. Working topside means being tied to a safety line or risking being swept into the ocean. Below deck, it's little better. The violent motion flings men and possessions across the holds. Waves pound the hull relentlessly. Sleep becomes impossible. Even seasoned sailors doze fitfully between crashes of the ship's timbers. This is nothing, Cornelius claims, though the green tinge in his face betrays him. I once crossed a storm so bad we lost the main mast. Now that was sailing. The rough seas bring a new wave of sickness. Even sailors long accustomed to the ship's motion succumb to the violent rolling. The stench below decks becomes unbearable as men too weak to reach the heads vomit wherever they lie. You count yourself lucky. Your stomach remains relatively settled, letting you keep working. When the carpenter's mate breaks his arm, leaving William short-handed, you step in, grateful for any excuse to stay away from the festering quarters. You've got a knack for this, William admits grudgingly, as you repair a splintered yard arm. Might make a proper ship's carpenter someday if you live long enough. High praise from him, indeed. After a week of punishing seas, the weather finally moderates. The Batavia's Pride enters calmer subtropical waters. The air grows warmer, thick with humidity that makes everything damp. Clothes, bedding, even the ship's biscuits, which quickly mold if not eaten immediately. Now, a new enemy appears. Tiny insects, materializing from nowhere. They infest food, water, barrels, clothing, even hair. Biting insects leave infected welts. Flies swarm the heads and food prep areas. Welcome to the tropics, Peter says, swatting ineffectually at a mosquito on his neck. If the big things don't kill you, the tiny ones will. Disease continues its march. Scurvy is temporarily held at bay thanks to the fresh provisions from the Cape, but other ailments take center stage. Fever sweeps through the crew, leaving men delirious and weak. The sick bay fills again. Soon you fall ill yourself, spending 3 miserable days in your sleeping spot, alternating between burning heat and bone-shaking chills. Hallucinations plague your worst hours, your father shaking his head in disappointment, the ship sinking beneath you, rats speaking in Dutch. When the fever breaks, you're so weak you can barely stand, but there's no rest for the able-bodied. The next day, you return to work, legs trembling, helping pump the bilges. Thought we'd lost you there for a bit. Cornelius says beside you. You were babbling all sorts of nonsense, he adds with a grin. What did I say? You ask, mortified. Mostly about your father's farm and the talking rats, he chuckles. Though I'll never tell what you said about the captain's daughter. Seems my fever dreams have quite the imagination, you mutter. He laughs at your dismay. 5 months into the voyage, the Batavia's Pride reaches the islands of the East Indies. The first sight of Sumatra's lush green coastline is like a vision from another world after so long at sea. The air carries strange, spicy scents. Colorful birds wheel overhead. Small fishing boats with oddly shaped sails dot the waters. We're not stopping here, Wilm explains when he sees you staring longingly at the shore. Company protocol is straight to Batavia, though we might put in briefly at Bantam if the captain decides to trade some private goods. Private goods, you've heard the term before. Despite the VOCC's strict monopoly, most officers and many ordinary sailors engage in private trade. Small luxury items purchased in Europe can be sold at enormous profit in the East Indies. while exotic goods from the islands fetch high prices back home. It's technically against company regulations, but everyone from the captain down participates, with enforcement varying from strict to non-existent depending on the officer in question. You yourself have nothing to trade, having boarded with little more than the clothes on your back, but you've been saving your meager wages, hoping to purchase something in Batavia to sell on the return journey. The ship skirts the coast of Sumatra, then crosses the Sunda Strait between Sumatra and Java. Smaller islands dot the waters here, some little more than sandbars with a few palm trees, others rising in steep jungle-covered slopes. Pirates in these waters, Peter remarks casually as you stand at the rail together, watching a small island slide past. Mostly prey on local shipping, but they'll take a European vessel if they catch one undermanned or damaged. Pirates, the word conjures images of bloodthirsty men with cutlasses. Local princes mostly call themselves admirals and kings. The company's beaten most of them into submission, but there's always a new one rising up somewhere. He spits over the side. Nothing a few cannon shots won't fix if they get too close. As if, in response to his words, the gunner's crew begins running out the cannon, clearing for action. The captain has spotted sails on the horizon that don't match the profile of Dutch or other European ships. All hands to stations, bellows the boatswain. You rush to your assigned position, helping to distribute powder and shot to the gun crews. Your heart hammers in your chest. After all the dangers you've faced, storms, disease, starvation, the prospect of actual combat brings a whole new level of fear. The mysterious sails grow closer, resolving into 3 small, fast vessels with triangular sails. They change course when they spot the Bavius Pride, clearly recognizing the superior firepower of the Dutch East Indiaman. Within an hour, they've disappeared back toward the maze of islands. Told you, Peter says, when the excitement is over, and the guns have been secured. They're looking for easy prey. We're too big a fish. 2 days later, you get your first glimpse of Batavia, the VOCC's capital in the east. Even from a distance, it's an impressive sight. Substantial stone buildings rise behind massive seawalls. Dutch flags fly from the fortress and government buildings. Ships of all sizes crowd the harbor. Massive East India men like your own, smaller coastal vessels and countless native craft. Home away from home, says Cornelis, with unusual sentiment. Been coming here 20 years, and it gets more Dutch every time, indeed. As the ship draws closer, you're struck by how familiar the architecture looks. Stepgam, canals dividing the city into neat sections, even a church steeple rising above the rooftops. Only the tropical vegetation and the dark-skinned locals loading and unloading cargo mark this as a place thousands of miles from the Netherlands. The Batavia's Pride drops anchor in the crowded roadstead. Smaller boats immediately swarm around the ship. Official company launches carrying clerks and administrators. Local boats selling fresh fruit and other provisions. Even a few boats manned by women of questionable virtue, calling up to the sailors. Don't waste your money, Peter advises. When he sees you eyeing the women, save it for shore leave. The company will give us 3 days once the car goes unloaded. Then you can see what Batavia really has to offer. For the next week, you and the rest of the crew work from dawn to dusk, unloading the ship's European cargo. Woolen cloth, glass beads, wine, and luxury goods for the colonial administrators and their families. It's backbreaking work in the tropical heat, but the promise of shore leave keeps spirits high. Finally, the day arrives. The crew is divided into 3 groups, each granted 24 hours of freedom in the city. You're in the second group, giving you time to ask the returning first group for recommendations. The blue anchor near the fish market suggests one sailor, his eyes bloodshot from drink and lack of sleep. Decent food, strong drink, friendly girls. The company gardens, says another, surprisingly, worth seeing the plants they're growing. Stuff you won't believe. Armed with these suggestions and others, you set foot in Batavia. The heat hits you like a physical blow after the relative coolness of the harbor. The air is thick with unfamiliar smells, spices, rotting vegetation, cooking fires, and the ever-present temps of the canals, which you quickly discover serve as open sewers. You wander the streets, gawking like the provincial you are. The population is a mix you could never have imagined. Dutch colonists in European dress, despite the heat. Native Javanese in colorful wraps. Chinese merchants in silk robes. Arab traders in flowing garments. Even Japanese with their distinctive top knots. The babble of languages surrounds you. Dutch, Malay, Chinese, Portuguese, and others you can't identify. Following the advice of your shipmates, you find the Blue Anchor Tavern near the fish market. The place is crowded with sailors from various ships, colonial officials escaping their wives for a few hours, and local women looking to separate men from their money through various means. You order a meal and a mug of beer, spending more than you should, but unable to resist after months of ship's fare. The food is a curious mix of Dutch and local. Familiar meat and potatoes, but spiced in ways that make your eyes water and your nose run. First time in Batavia, asks a weathered Dutchman at the next table, watching with amusement as you gasp for breath after a particularly spicy bite. Is it that obvious? You reply, gulping your beer. He laughs, written all over your face, boy. Johannes Visser, clerk in the company warehouse. He extends his hand. Jan van Leyden, you reply, shaking it. Ordinary seaman on the Batavia's Pride. First voyage. You nod. And how do you find the seafaring life? Everything you dreamed of. There's a knowing twinkle in his eye that suggests he already has a good idea of your answer. Not exactly, you admit. The crimper who signed me up left out a few details. Johannes roars with laughter. They always do. Let me guess. Promised you exotic women, easy riches and adventure, and delivered salt pork, scurvy, and back-breaking labor. Something like that. He waves to the barmaid for more beer. Well, you made it this far. That's more than many can say. The return journey is usually easier. Better winds and you know what to expect now. You spend an hour in his company listening to stories of Batavia and the East Indies. Johannes has been in the colony for 15 years, starting as a junior clerk fresh from Amsterdam and working his way up to a position of some responsibility in the company hierarchy. The real money is not in wages, he confides, after several beers have loosened his tongue. It's in private trade. The company looks the other way as long as you don't get too greedy or interfere with their monopolies. What's worth trading? You ask, thinking of your small store of saved wages for a sailor with limited funds, nutmeg, clothes, maybe a small package of pepper. Buy direct from the local traders, not the Chinese middleman, or silk if you can afford it. Small amount, high value, easy to conceal. You thank him for the advice, filing it away for later use. As evening falls, you continue exploring the city. The respectable Dutch citizens have retreated to their homes, leaving the streets to sailors, soldiers, and locals. Lanterns glow in windows and along the canals. Music drifts from taverns and houses. The heat remains oppressive, barely diminishing with the setting sun. Following a whim, you make your way to the company gardens Johannes mentioned. The gates stand open and a few people wander the paths despite the late hour. The garden is like nothing you've ever seen. Plants with leaves bigger than your entire body. Flowers in impossible colors and shapes. Trees bearing strange fruits. Beautiful, isn't it? You turn to find a middle-aged Dutchman in the formal black clothes of a company official despite the heat. Yes, sir, you reply, conscious of your sweat-stained sailor's garb. Peter Overwart, chief gardener, he introduces himself. And you're a sailor, I see. Just arrived. Yes, sir, on the Batavia's Pride. Ah, good voyage. No unusual losses. About a third of the crew, sir, you reply, surprised by the question. He nods, as if this is entirely normal, which you suppose it is. We're trying to reduce that. You know, these gardens aren't just for beauty or curiosity. We're testing plants that might help prevent scurvy and other shipboard diseases. He leads you along the paths, pointing out various plants and explaining their properties. You listen with genuine interest. Anything that might make the return voyage less deadly is worth knowing about. This one, he says, indicating a small tree with glossy leaves, produces a fruit rich in the elements that prevent scurvy. We're trying to cultivate it for ship provisions, but it doesn't preserve well. Why not just carry the living plants, you ask? He looks at you with new interest, an intelligent question. We've tried, but they don't survive the voyage. Different climate, salt, air, inadequate light below decks. But we keep trying. Your conversation is interrupted by the bell of the city's main church, tolling the hour. I should go, you say reluctantly. Need to find a place to sleep before returning to the ship tomorrow. Of course, Overwart nods. Try the sailors' hostel near the east gate. Clean enough, and they don't water the beer as much as some places. You thank him and take your leave, making your way through streets that have grown considerably rowdier as the night progresses. Drunk sailors sing and stumble. Local women call from doorways. Once you have to flatten yourself against the wall as a patrol of company soldiers marches past, dragging a protesting sailor who's clearly overstayed his shore leave. The sailor's hostel proves to be exactly as described. Basic but clean, with beds that feel luxurious after months of sleeping on the hard deck of the ship. You fall asleep almost instantly, your dreams filled with strange plants and spice-laden air. Morning comes too soon. You rise, eat a hurried breakfast, and make your way back to the harbour, where the ship's boat will be waiting to return you to the Batavia's Pride. Your 24 hours of freedom has passed in a flash. On the way, you stop at a small market where local traders sell spices in quantities smaller than the company's usual massive purchases. Following Johannes's advice, you approach a Javanese woman with a tray of aromatic goods. Nutmeg, you ask, using one of the few Malay words you've picked up. She nods, showing you small, wrinkled nuts that smell wonderful, even in their dried state. After some negotiation, hampered by the language barrier, but aided by expressive hand gestures, you purchase a small cloth bag of nutmeg and cloves, spending nearly all your saved wages. If your Hannes is right, you'll turn a substantial profit back in Amsterdam. At the dock, you find several of your shipmates already waiting for the boat, looking considerably the worse for wear after their night of freedom. Good time, Cornelis asks, his eyes bloodshot, a fresh bruise darkening one cheek. Quiet, you reply. You, he grins, wincing as the expression pulls at his split lip. Not so quiet. got in a disagreement with some English sailors about the quality of Dutch beer versus English ale. Wouldn't have been so bad if there weren't 8 of them. And how many of you? Just me and Martin. But we gave better than we got. His grin widens, despite the pain. Should see the other fellows. The boat arrives, manned by sailors from the 3rd group, who will have their shore leave once everyone else is back aboard. They look enviously at your group, even in your disheveled state. Worth it? Asks one, as he helps pull you into the boat. Every minute, Cornelius replies before you can speak. Enjoy it while you can. We're back to Salt Horse and Hardtack tomorrow. Back aboard the Batavia's Pride. The ship is a hive of activity. Fresh provisions are being loaded. Water, livestock, fruits, and vegetables for the officers' table. The cargo holds are being filled with the spices and luxury goods that will fetch enormous prices back in Amsterdam. Pepper, nutmeg, cinnamon, cloves, silks, porcelain. When do we sail? You ask Willem, who's supervising the loading of timber for repairs during the return voyage. 3 days, he replies. Once everyone's back aboard and the cargo secured, sooner if the captain gets word of unfavorable winds or political trouble. Political trouble is a constant concern in the East Indies. The VOCC maintains its trading monopoly through a complex web of alliances, threats, and outright military action against native rulers, rival European powers, and anyone else who challenges their dominance. You spend the next 3 days helping prepare the ship for the long voyage home. Fresh caulking is applied to the seams, sails amended. The hull is scraped clean of barnacles and other marine growth by local workers who dive beneath the ship with knives clenched between their teeth. Finally, all is ready. The anchor is raised, sails unfurled, and the Batavia's Pride begins the long journey back to Amsterdam. As the island of Java recedes behind you, you feel a curious mix of emotions. Relief to be heading home, dread of the dangers you know await on the voyage, and a strange, unexpected pang at leaving this exotic place you've barely begun to explore. Second thoughts? Asks Peter, finding you at the rail, gazing back at the diminishing coastline. Just thinking, you reply. He nods knowingly. Happens to everyone their first time. You spend months dreaming of reaching Bavia. Then, when you finally get there, you barely have time to see it before you're sailing away again. Will it be as bad going back? You ask the question that's been on your mind since you boarded. The voyage, he considers, different. The winds are more favorable, so it's usually faster, but disease is still a problem, and storms and all the rest. And by the time we near home, the food will be as bad as it was before we reached the Cape. Not exactly reassuring, but at least it's honest. You've learned to value honesty over false comfort during your months at sea. That night, as the ship settles into the rhythms of the open ocean once more, you carefully secure your small bag of spices in a hidden pocket you've sewn into your sea chest. It represents your only chance of profit from this voyage. If you can keep it safe and smuggle it past the company inspectors in Amsterdam, you might actually return with something to show for your ordeal. As you drift off to sleep on the familiar, hard deck, the gentle sway of the ship now comforting rather than nauseating, you wonder what other challenges the voyage home will bring. You've survived the journey out, something many of your original shipmates cannot claim. But the Indian Ocean and Atlantic still lie ahead with all their dangers. For now, though the ship is well provisioned, the crew relatively healthy, and the winds favorable. Small comforts, but you've learned to be grateful for whatever good fortune comes your way on this perilous journey. Back on the Bavia's Pride, The brief joy of the Cape stop quickly fades. The ship feels even more confining after your taste of freedom. But there's one crucial difference. The holds are now stocked with fresh water and provisions. For the first time in months, the food isn't crawling with weevils or green with mold. Eat up, Cornelius advises as you stare in wonder at actual vegetables in your dinner. Won't last long. Fresh stuff goes to the officers first, then whatever's left trickles down to us. In 2 weeks, we'll be back to chewing leather and fishing weevils out of the biscuits. He's right, of course. The hierarchy of the ship is never more apparent than in the distribution of food. The captain and officers enjoy fresh provisions long after the common sailors have returned to salt beef and hardtack. But for now, you savor every bite of fresh bread, every mouthful of vegetables. The improvements extend beyond food. At the Cape, the sickest men were left behind to recover or die at the VOCC hospital, while new recruits were brought aboard to replace those lost during the first leg of the journey. The crew quarters, while still cramped and foul, or at least less crowded, the ship itself has been repaired. The worst leak sealed, damaged, spars replaced. As the Batavia's Pride leaves Table Bay and sets course east into the Indian Ocean, there's a palpable sense of renewed purpose among the crew. You're now on the second half of the journey to the East Indies. Every day brings you closer to your destination. Don't get too comfortable, Peter warns when he notices your improved spirits. The Indian Ocean has its own ways of killing men, different from the Atlantic, but just as effective. His words prove prophetic sooner than you'd like. 2 weeks out from the Cape, the ship encounters the roaring 40s, powerful westerly winds that speed the journey east, but bring enormous rolling waves that toss the ship like a child's toy. For days, green water, solid sheets of ocean washes over the deck. Working on deck means being tied to a safety line or risking being swept overboard. Below decks is little better. The violent motion sends men and possessions flying. The constant crash of waves against the hull is deafening. Sleep becomes impossible. Even the most experienced sailors can only doze fitfully between the worst of the ship's movements. This is nothing, claims Cornelius, though his green-tinged face belies his bravado. I once crossed in a storm so bad we lost our mainmast. Now, that was sailing. The rough seas bring a new round of sickness. Even sailors who'd long since found their seal legs suffer from the violent motion. The stench below decks becomes unbearable again as men too ill to make it to the heads vomit wherever they lie. You're among the lucky ones. Your stomach remains relatively settled, allowing you to keep working. The carpenter's mate has broken his arm after being thrown against a bulkhead, leaving Willem short-handed. You step in, grateful for any excuse to stay away from the festering crew quarters. You've got a knack for this, William grudgingly admits as you help him repair a splintered yardarm. Might make a proper ship's carpenter someday, if you live long enough. From him, it's high praise. After a week of punishing seas, the weather finally moderates. The ship enters the calmer waters of the subtropical Indian Ocean. The air grows warmer, thick with humidity that makes everything damp. Clothes, bedding, even the ship's biscuit, which quickly grows fuzzy with mold, if not eaten immediately. Now, a new enemy appears. Tiny insects that seem to materialize from nowhere. They infest the food, the water barrels, even your clothing and hair. Biting insects leave welts that grow infected in the damp heat. Flies buzz constantly around the heads and anywhere food is prepared. Welcome to the tropics, Peter says. slapping ineffectually at a mosquito on his neck. If the big things don't kill you, the tiny ones will. Disease continues its march through the crew, with scurvy temporarily held at bay by the fresh provisions from the Cape. Other ailments take center stage. A fever sweeps through the ship, leaving men delirious and weak. The sick bay fills once more. You fall ill yourself, spending 3 miserable days in your sleeping spot, alternating between burning fever and bone-rattling chills. Hallucinations plague your worst hours. You see your father standing over you, shaking his head in disappointment. You believe the ship is sinking beneath you. You're convinced the rats are speaking to you in Dutch. When the fever breaks, you're so weak you can barely stand. But there's no rest for the able-bodied, no matter how recently they've joined those ranks. You're back at work the next day, legs trembling with effort as you help pump the builders. Thought we'd lost you there for a bit, Cornelius says, working the pump handle beside you. You were babbling all kinds of nonsense. What did I say, you ask, mortified at what secrets you might have revealed, mostly about your father's farm, and something about talking rats. He grins wickedly, though I'll never tell what you said about the captain's daughter. I've never even seen the captain's daughter, you protest. Seems your fever dreams have quite the imagination. Then he laughs at your dismay. 5 months into the voyage, the Batavia's Pride reaches the islands of the East Indies. The first sight of the lush green coastline of Sumatra is like a vision from another world after so long at sea. The air carries strange, spicy scents. Colorful birds wheel overhead. Small fishing boats with oddly shaped sails dot the waters. We're not stopping here, explains Willem, when he sees you gazing longingly at the shore. Company protocol is straight to Batavia, though we might put in briefly at Bantam if the captain decides to trade some private goods. Private goods, you've heard the term before. Despite the VOCC's strict monopoly, most officers and many ordinary sailors engage in private trade. Small luxury items purchased in Europe can be sold at enormous profit in the East Indies, while exotic goods from the islands fetch high prices back home. It's technically against company regulations, but everyone from the captain down participates, with enforcement varying from strict to non-existent, depending on the officer in question. You yourself have nothing to trade, having boarded with little more than the clothes on your back. But you've been saving your meager wages, hoping to purchase something in Batavia to sell on the return journey. The ship skirts the coast of Sumatra, then crosses the Sunda Strait between Sumatra and Java. Smaller islands dot the waters here, some little more than sandbars with a few palm trees, others rising in steep jungle-covered slopes. Pirates in these waters, Peter remarks casually as you stand at the rail together, watching a small island slide past. Mostly prey on local shipping, but they'll take a European vessel if they catch one, undermanned or damaged. Pirates, the word conjures images of bloodthirsty men with cutlasses. Local princes mostly call themselves admirals and kings. The company's beaten most of them into submission, but there's always a new one rising up somewhere, he spits over the side. Nothing a few cannon shots won't fix if they get too close. As if in response to his words, the gunner's crew begins running out the cannon, clearing for action. The captain has spotted sails on the horizon that don't match the profile of Dutch or other European ships. All hands to stations, bellows the boats. You rush to your assigned position, helping to distribute powder and shot to the gun crews. Your heart hammers in your chest after all the dangers you faced. Storms, disease, starvation. The prospect of actual combat brings a whole new level of fear. The mysterious sails grow closer, resolving into 3 small, fast vessels with triangular sails. They change course when they spot the Batavia's pride, clearly recognizing the superior firepower of the Dutch East Indiaman. Within an hour, they've disappeared back toward the maze of islands. Told you, Peter says when the excitement is over and the guns have been secured. They're looking for easy prey. We're too big a fish. 2 days later, you get your first glimpse of Batavia, the VOCC's capital in the east. Even from a distance, it's an impressive sight. Substantial stone buildings rise behind massive sea walls. Dutch flags fly from the fortress and government buildings. Ships of all sizes crowd the harbor. Massive East Indiamen like your own, smaller coastal vessels and countless native craft. Home away from home, says Cornelis, with unusual sentiment. Been coming here 20 years and it gets more Dutch every time, indeed. As the ship draws closer, you're struck by how familiar the architecture looks. Stepgam, canals dividing the city into neat sections. Even a church steeple rising above the rooftops. Only the tropical vegetation and the dark-skinned locals loading and unloading cargo mark. This as a place thousands of miles from the Netherlands, the Batavia's pride drops anchor in the crowded roadstead. Smaller boats immediately swarm around the ship. Official company launches carrying clerks and administrators. Local boats selling fresh fruit and other provisions. Even a few boats manned by women of questionable virtue calling up to the sailors. Don't waste your money, Peter advises when he sees you eyeing the women. Save it for shore leave. The company will give us 3 days once the cargo's unloaded. Then you can see what Batavia really has to offer. For the next week, you and the rest of the crew work from dawn to dusk, unloading the ship's European cargo, woolen cloth, glass beads, wine, and luxury goods for the colonial administrators and their families. It's back-breaking work in the tropical heat, but the promise of shore leave keeps spirits high. Finally, the day arrives. The crew is divided into 3 groups, each granted 24 hours of freedom in the city. You're in the second group, giving you time to ask the returning first group for recommendations. The blue anchor near the fish market, suggests one sailor, his eyes bloodshot from drink and lack of sleep. Decent food, strong drink, friendly girls. The company gardens, says another, surprisingly. Worth seeing the plants they're growing. Stuff you won't believe. Armed with these suggestions and others, you set foot in Batavia. The heat hits you like a physical blow after the relative coolness of the harbor. The air is thick with unfamiliar smells, spices, rotting vegetation, cooking fires, and the ever-present temps of the canals, which you quickly discover serve as open sewers. You wander the streets, gawking like the provincial you are. The population is a mix you could never have imagined. Dutch colonists in European dress, despite the heat. Native Javanese in colorful wraps. Chinese merchants in silk robes. Arab traders in flowing garments. Even Japanese with their distinctive top knots. The babble of languages surrounds you. Dutch, Malay, Chinese, Portuguese, and others you can't identify. Following the advice of your shipmates, you find the Blue Anchor Tavern near the fish market. The place is crowded with sailors from various ships, colonial officials escaping their wives for a few hours, and local women looking to separate men from their money through various means. You order a meal and a mug of beer, spending more than you should, but unable to resist after months of ship's fare. The food is a curious mix of Dutch and local. Familiar meat and potatoes, but spiced in ways that make your eyes water and your nose run. First time in Batavia. asks a weathered Dutchman at the next table, watching with amusement as you gasp for breath after a particularly spicy bite. Is it that obvious? You reply, gulping your beer. He laughs. Written all over your face. Boy, Johannes Visser, clerk in the company warehouse. He extends his hand. Jan van Leyden, you reply, shaking it. Ordinary seaman on the Batavia's Pride. First voyage, you nod. And how do you find the seafaring life? Everything you dreamed of. There's a knowing twinkle in his eye that suggests he already has a good idea of your answer. Not exactly, you admit. The crimper who signed me up left out a few details. Johannes roars with laughter. They always do. Let me guess. Promised you exotic women, easy riches, and adventure, and delivered salt pork, scurvy, and backbreaking labor. Something like that. He waves to the barmaid for more beer. Well, you made it this far. That's more than many can say. The return journey is usually easier. Better wins, and you know what to expect now. You spend an hour in his company listening to stories of Batavia and the East Indies. Johannes has been in the colony for 15 years, starting as a junior clerk fresh from Amsterdam, and working his way up to a position of some responsibility in the company hierarchy. The real money is not in wages. He confides, after several beers have loosened his tongue. It's in private trade. The company looks the other way as long as you don't get too greedy or interfere with their monopolies. What's worth trading? You ask, thinking of your small store of saved wages for a sailor with limited funds, nutmeg, clothes, maybe a small package of pepper. Buy direct from the local traders, not the Chinese middleman, or silk if you can afford it. Small amount, high value, easy to conceal. You thank him for the advice, filing it away for later use. As evening falls, you continue exploring the city. The respectable Dutch citizens have retreated to their homes, leaving the streets to sailors, soldiers, and locals. Lanterns glow in windows and along the canals. Music drifts from taverns and houses. The heat remains oppressive, barely diminishing with the setting sun. Following a whim, you make your way to the company gardens. Johannes mentioned the gates stand open and a few people wander the paths despite the late hour. The garden is like nothing you've ever seen. Plants with leaves bigger than your entire body. Flowers in impossible colors and shapes. Trees bearing strange fruits. Beautiful, isn't it? You turn to find a middle-aged Dutchman in the formal black clothes of a company official despite the heat. Yes, sir, you reply, conscious of your sweat-stained sailor's garb. Peter Overwater, chief gardener. He introduces himself. And you're a sailor, I see. Just arrived. Yes, sir, on the Batavia's Pride. Ah, good voyage. No unusual losses. About a third of the crew, sir, you reply, surprised by the question. He nods, as if this is entirely normal, which you suppose it is. We're trying to reduce that, you know. These gardens aren't just for beauty or curiosity. We're testing plants that might help prevent scurvy and other shipboard diseases. He leads you along the paths, pointing out various plants and explaining their properties. You listen with genuine interest. Anything that might make the return voyage less deadly is worth knowing about. This one, he says, indicating a small tree with glossy leaves, produces a fruit rich in the elements that prevent scurvy. We're trying to cultivate it for ship provisions, but it doesn't preserve well. Why not just carry the living plants? You ask. He looks at you with new interest. An intelligent question. We've tried, but they don't survive the voyage. Different climate, salt air, inadequate light below decks. but we keep trying. Your conversation is interrupted by the bell of the city's main church tolling the hour. I should go, you say reluctantly. Need to find a place to sleep before returning to the ship tomorrow. Of course, Overwart nods. Try the sailors' hostel near the east gate. Clean enough, and they don't water the beer as much as some places. You thank him and take your leave, making your way through streets that have grown considerably rowdier as the night progresses. Drunk sailors sing and stumble. Local women call from doorways. Once you have to flatten yourself against a wall as a patrol of company soldiers marches past, dragging a protesting sailor who's clearly overstayed his shore leave. The sailor's hostel proves to be exactly as described, basic but clean, with beds that feel luxurious after months of sleeping on the hard deck of the ship. You fall asleep almost instantly, your dreams filled with strange plants and spissel-laden air. Morning comes too soon. You rise, eat a hurried breakfast, and make your way back to the harbor, where the ship's boat will be waiting to return you to the Batavia's Pride. Your 24 hours of freedom has passed in a flash. On the way, you stop at a small market where local traders sell spices in quantities smaller than the company's usual massive purchases. Following Johannes's advice, you approach a Javanese woman with a tray of aromatic goods. Nutmeg, you ask, using one of the few Malay words you've picked up. She nods, showing you small wrinkled nuts that smell wonderful, even in their dried state. After some negotiation, hampered by the language barrier, but aided by expressive hand gestures, you purchase a small cloth bag of nutmeg and clothes, spending nearly all your saved wages. If your Hannes is right, you'll turn a substantial profit back in Amsterdam. At the dock, you find several of your shipmates already waiting for the boat, looking considerably the worse for wear after their night of freedom. Good time, Cornelius asks, his eyes bloodshot, a fresh bruise darkening one cheek. Quiet, you reply. You, he grins, wincing as the expression pulls at his split lip. Not so quiet. Got in a disagreement with some English sailors about the quality of Dutch beer versus English ale. Wouldn't have been so bad if there weren't 8 of them. And how many of you? Just me and Martin. But we gave better than we got. His grin widens despite the pain. Should see the other fellows. The boat arrives, manned by sailors from the 3rd group, who will have their shore leave once everyone else is back aboard. They look enviously at your group, even in your disheveled state. Worth it? Asks one as he helps pull you into the boat. Every minute, Cornelius replies before you can speak. Enjoy it while you can. We're back to Salt Horse and Hardtack tomorrow. Back aboard the Batavia's Pride. The ship is a hive of activity. Fresh provisions are being loaded. Water, livestock, fruits, and vegetables for the officers' table. The cargo holds are being filled with the spices and luxury goods that will fetch enormous prices. Back in Amsterdam, pepper, nutmeg, cinnamon, cloves, silks, porcelain. When do we sail? You ask Willem, who's supervising the loading of timber for repairs during the return voyage. 3 days, he replies. Once everyone's back aboard and the cargo secured. Sooner if the captain gets word of unfavorable winds or political trouble. Political trouble is a constant concern in the East Indies. The VOCC maintains its trading monopoly through a complex web of alliances, threats, and outright military action against native rulers, rival European powers, and anyone else who challenges their dominance. You spend the next 3 days helping prepare the ship for the long voyage home. Fresh caulking is applied to the seams. Sails are mended. The hull is scraped clean of barnacles and other marine growth by local workers who dive beneath the ship with knives clenched between their teeth. Finally, all is ready. The anchor is raised, sails unfurled, and the Batavia's pride begins the long journey back to Amsterdam. As the island of Java recedes behind you, you feel a curious mix of emotions. Relief to be heading home, dread of the dangers you know await on the voyage, and a strange, unexpected pang at leaving this exotic place. You've barely begun to explore. Second thoughts? Asks Peter, finding you at the rail, gazing back at the diminishing coastline. Just thinking, you reply. He nods, knowingly. Happens to everyone their first time. You spend months dreaming of reaching Batavia. Then, when you finally get there, you barely have time to see it before you're sailing away again. Will it be as bad going back? You ask the question that's been on your mind since you boarded. The voyage, he considers, different. The winds are more favorable, so it's usually faster. But disease is still a problem, and storms and all the rest. And by the time we near home, the food will be as bad as it was before we reached the Cape. Not exactly reassuring, but at least it's honest. You've learned to value honesty over false comfort during your months at sea. That night, as the ship settles into the rhythms of the open ocean once more, you carefully secure your small bag of spices in a hidden pocket you've sewn into your sea chest. It represents your only chance of profit from this voyage. If you can keep it safe and smuggle it past the company inspectors in Amsterdam, you might actually return with something to show for your ordeal. As you drift off to sleep on the familiar, hard deck, the gentle sway of the ship now comforting rather than nauseating, you wonder what other challenges the voyage home will bring. You've survived the journey out, something many of your original shipmates cannot claim. But the Indian Ocean and Atlantic still lie ahead with all their dangers. For now, though the ship is well provisioned, the crew relatively healthy, and the winds favorable. Small comforts, but you've learned to be grateful for whatever good fortune comes your way on this perilous journey. The Tavern Cornelius leads you to sit 3 streets back from the harbour, far enough to avoid the worst of the dockside crowds, but close enough that the clientele is still mostly sailors. The low-ceiling room smells of beer, tobacco, and too many unwashed bodies. Not unlike the ship you've just left, though somehow more comforting without the constant motion and threat of death. You settle at a scarred wooden table, and Cornelis signals the barmaid. Soon, 2 mugs of dark beer arrive, the foam spilling over the rims. To survival, Cornelis raises his mug, and to those who didn't make it, you clink mugs and drink. The beer tastes impossibly good after months of stale water and watered-down grog. For a long moment, you both drink in silence, letting the reality of being on solid ground sink in. So, Cornelius wipes foam from his mouth. What's your plan, farm boy, besides getting properly drunk, which is every sailor's first order of business after a long voyage? You hesitate. The truth is, you don't have much of a plan beyond selling your smuggled spices and perhaps returning to your father's farm to see if you'll be welcomed. Need to find a buyer for my goods first, you say cautiously, keeping your voice low despite the tavern's noise. Cornelius nods understanding. Almost every sailor returning from the east carries some small contraband despite the company's monopoly. I know someone, he says, honest, for a spice broker, won't give you full market value but better than most, and he doesn't ask questions or report to the company that would help you admit. I'll take you tomorrow. He drains his mug. Tonight is for drinking and sleeping in a real bed for the first time in a year. The lodging house across the street has clean rooms, not cheap, but better than most sailors host. You follow his advice, renting a small room after a few more beers. The bed, though narrow and lumpy by most standards, feels like unimaginable luxury after the hard deck of the ship. You sink into it, fully clothed, too tired even to remove your boots, and fall into the deepest sleep you've had in months. Morning brings a pounding head and momentary disorientation. The room doesn't move with the familiar roll of the ship. The sounds are wrong. Street noise instead of creaking timbers and snoring sailors. For a disorienting moment, you can't remember where you are or how you got here. Then it comes back. Amsterdam, the end of the voyage. Freedom. You splash water on your face from the basin provided. Straighten your rumpled clothes as best you can and head downstairs. Cornelis is already in the tavern, looking irritatingly unaffected by last night's drinking. Thought you might sleep all day. He grins. Come on, let's get some food in you. Then see my spice broker. Breakfast is simple but hearty. Fresh bread, cheese, and strips of salted herring. You eat with the focused attention of a man who survived on ship's fare for too long, savoring each bite. You eat like you're afraid someone will take it away, Cornelius observes. You pause, bread halfway to your mouth. Habit, I guess. He nods, understanding. Takes a while to adjust. You stop hoarding food, eventually. A shadow crosses his face. Some things you never stop hoarding, though. Bad dreams, memories. It's the most serious you've ever seen him. But the moment passes quickly, his usual sardonic expression returning. Finish up. My contact doesn't like to be kept waiting. The spice broker operates from a small, nondescript building near the edge of the Jewish quarter. No sign marks it as a place of business. Just a plain door in a row of similar structures. Cornelis knocks in a particular pattern, and after a moment, the door opens to reveal a thin man with shrewd eyes and a neatly trimmed beard. Cornelis, the man nods back from the east again. I see. And you've brought a friend. This is Jan. Cornelis replies, first voyage has some goods to sell. The broker, who introduces himself only as Isaac, ushers you into a sparsely furnished room dominated by a large table. The air carries the unmistakable fragrance of spices, pepper, cinnamon, nutmeg, and others you can't identify. Show me what you have, Isaac says, without preamble. You glance at Cornelius, who nods encouragement. Carefully, you remove the small package from inside your shirt, where you've been keeping it close to your body. Isaac unwraps the cloth, revealing the nutmeg and cloves you purchased in Bhutan. He examines them closely, sniffing, even tasting a tiny piece of each. His expression gives nothing away. Quality is acceptable, he says finally. Not the best, but not the worst. Quantity is small. He names a price significantly lower than what you'd hoped for. You start to protest, but Cornelis catches your eye and gives a small shake of his head. Reluctantly, you accept the offer. Isaac counts out the coins, and the transaction is complete in minutes. Was that fair? You ask Cornelis as you leave, the coins heavy in your pocket. Fair enough, he shrugs. You didn't get cheated any worse than anyone else. That's about all you can hope for in this business. The amount combined with your wages gives you enough to live modestly for a few months while deciding your next steps. Not the fortune you dreamed of when leaving your father's farm, but enough to avoid immediate destitution. What will you do now? You ask Cornelis as you walk back toward the harbor. Same as always. Drink until the money runs low, then find another ship. He glances at you. You could do worse than signing on with Captain Van Donk again. He's a hard man, but fair, and the Bavaya's Pride is a solid ship, proven she can weather whatever the sea throws at her. The thought of returning to sea so soon makes your stomach clench. I think I need some time on solid ground first. Can't blame you there. Cornelius stops at a corner where your paths will diverge. Well, farm boy, I'd say it's been a pleasure, but we both know that's not quite true. Let's say instead it's been memorable. You laugh, surprising yourself with the sound that it has. If you change your mind about sailing again, ask for me at the Golden Anchor Tavern near the East India Docks. Someone there usually knows which ship I'm on. With that, he extends his hand. You shake it, feeling a surprising lump in your throat. For all his gruffness and dark humor, Cornelis has been something of a friend during the long voyage. Take care of yourself, you tell him. Always do. He grins, then turns and walks away, soon lost in the crowd of the busy Amsterdam street. Left alone, you feel suddenly adrift. The structured life of the ship, for all its hardships, at least provided clarity. Each day had its assigned duties, its place in the watch rotation. Now you face endless possibilities with no boat's whistle to guide you. You spend the next few days exploring Amsterdam, reacquainting yourself with the rhythms of land life. Simple pleasures become profound. Fresh food that isn't crawling with weevils, clean water that doesn't have to be rationed. The luxury of privacy when bathing or using the privy. Your sea-hardened body gradually adjusts to the stillness of solid ground, though you still sometimes catch yourself swaying slightly when standing still, compensating for a ship's motion that's no longer there. In the evenings, you find yourself drawn to sailors' taverns near the harbor, not so much for the drinking as for the company of men who understand what you've experienced. You run into Willem one night, already deep in his cups, but recognizable by his carpenter's hands and permanent scowl. Thought you'd be halfway back to your farm by now. He grunts when you sit beside him. Soon, you reply, signaling for a beer. Needed some time to adjust first. He nods, understanding. First voyage is the hardest. Going back to land, I mean, everything feels wrong somehow. Too still, too quiet. Does it get easier after more voyages? Willem considers this, taking a long pull of his beer. No, he says finally. Gets harder. If anything, each time you come back, the land feels a little more foreign. Eventually, the ship becomes home, and this, he waves his hand to encompass the tavern, the city beyond. This becomes the strange place. His words trouble you. Is that your fate if you return to the sea? To become like Willem, or Cornelis, or the other career sailors? Men who belong nowhere, too shaped by the sea for land, too tied to land to fully embrace the sea. You'll sign on again, Willem says, reading your expression. Maybe not right away. Maybe you'll go back to your farm for a while, but you'll be back. What makes you so sure? He taps the scar on your face that you've been marked by the sea. It doesn't let go easily. You dream of the ship that night, the familiar creaking of timbers, the roll of the deck beneath your feet. In the dream, you're trying to reach the crow's nest during a storm, climbing ratlines that keep breaking in your hands. You wake, gasping, sheets tangled around you like ropes, your body covered in cold sweat. The next day, you make your decision. It's time to return to your father's farm to see what welcome might await you there. You purchase passage on a coastal trading vessel headed south toward Rotterdam. Unwilling to make the journey by land with your sailors' pay so tempting to highway robbers, the small trading vessel feels strange after the massive Bevier's pride. You find yourself automatically heading below to the crew quarters before remembering you're a passenger now entitled to a tiny cabin shared with just one other traveler. The familiar routines of shipboard life, the watch system, the constant maintenance, the strict hierarchy are absent here. You feel oddly useless, with nothing to do but watch the coastline slip past. The journey to Rotterdam takes just 2 days, with favorable winds. From there, you hire a farm wagon headed in the direction of your home village, paying the farmer a few coins for the privilege of riding atop sacks of grain bound for market. As the familiar landscape of South Holland rolls past, you find yourself growing increasingly anxious. What if your father refuses to see you? What if your family has suffered hardship in your absence? What if they've simply moved on, adjusting to life without you, leaving no place for your return? The farmer drops you at a crossroads a mile from your village. You shoulder your sea chest and begin the final leg of your journey on foot. With each step, memories flood back. Childhood adventures in these fields, swimming in that stream during hot summers, helping with the harvest in this very meadow. The village appears much as you left it. A cluster of sturdy farmhouses around a small church, smoke rising from chimneys, the distant lowing of cattle. A few villagers look up as you pass, not recognizing the weathered, scarred sailor as the farmer's son who left more than a year ago. Your family's farm sits a quarter-mile beyond the village proper, a modest holding of dairy cattle and vegetable fields. The farmhouse comes into view as you crest a small rise. Solid, plain, practical. Smoke rises from the chimney. Someone is home. Your steps slow as you approach. What will you say? How will you explain the past year? The things you've seen, the ways you've changed. Before you can decide, the door opens. Your mother emerges, a basket of washing in her arms. She looks older than you remember, more grey in her hair, more lines around her eyes. She hangs a sheet on the line, her movement speaking of the bone-deep weariness that comes from years of hard work. She turns, catches sight of you, standing at the edge of the yard. The basket drops from her hands. Jan, her voice is barely a whisper. Hello, mother. Your own voice sounds strange to your ears, roughened by sea air and the months of shouting over wind and waves. She takes a hesitant step forward, then another. Then she's running across the yard. Her arms wrap around you with surprising strength. She smells of bread and herbs and home. My boy, my boy. She keeps repeating the words, her tears dampening your shirt. We thought, when we heard nothing, so many ships lost. You hold her, this woman who gave you life, who you left behind without a proper goodbye. Guilt and relief war within you. I'm sorry. You say the words wholly inadequate. I'm so sorry. She pulls back, studying your face, her fingers gently tracing the scar. What happened to you there? It's a long story. Come inside. She picks up the fallen basket, practical even in her emotion. Your father's in the back field. The boys are helping him with the new calf. You follow her into the familiar kitchen, ducking your head automatically under the low doorframe. Everything is exactly as you remember. The scrubbed wooden table, the shelves of crockery, the herbs hanging from the rafters. Yet it all seems smaller somehow, as if you've grown too large for this simple space. Your mother busies herself making tea, asking practical questions about your journey home, carefully avoiding the deeper matters for now. You answer in kind, grateful for the reprieve, the chance to ease back into this world. The door opens again. Your father stands there, still in his workflow, dirt on his hands. He's aged more than your mother. His back slightly stooped now, his beard more grey than brown. Behind him crowd your brothers, taller than you remember, and your sister, no longer a child, but a young woman. Silence fills the room. You rise slowly from the bench, uncertain of your welcome. Father, you nod, formal in your anxiety. He stares at you, his face unreadable. Then you've come back. Not a question, a statement of fact. Yes, the sea didn't want you then. It tried its best, you reply. A touch of dark sailor's humor slipping out. Something shifts in his expression. Not quite a smile, but a softening. You look half-starved. And what happened to your face? Portuguese splinter, you say, touching the scar unconsciously during a battle in the Indian Ocean. Your brother's eyes widen. Your sister gasps softly. These are the tales they've only heard from passing traders. Battles at sea, exotic lands, the dangerous life of sailors. And now their brother stands before them, living proof of those stories. Sit, your father says, taking his place at the head of the table. Eat, then you can tell us where you've been. It's not forgiveness, not yet, but it's an opening, a chance to rebuild what was broken by your leaving. The meal that follows is simple farm fare, fresh bread, cheese, smoked meat, but after a year of ships, biscuit and salt pork, it tastes like a feast fit for the Prince of Orange himself. You eat slowly, savoring each bite, aware of your family's eyes on you. When the edge of hunger is blunted, the questions begin. Your brothers want to know about battles and storms. Your sister asks about the people and animals you saw. Your mother concerns herself with practical matters, what you ate, where you slept, how you kept your clothes mended. Your father says little, but he listens intently, watching your face as you speak of the hardships, the deaths, the brutality of life at sea. You edit your tale for their ears, softening the worst horrors, emphasizing the wonders instead. The flying fish that soared alongside the ship, the strange and beautiful birds of the East Indies, the spice-filled markets of Batavia. And now your father asks, when your story winds down, what will you do now? The question you've been dreading. The truth is, you don't know. The farm feels both achingly familiar and strangely confining after the vast horizons of the sea. Yet the thought of returning to that hardship, that constant dance with death, makes your stomach clench. I thought perhaps I might stay here for a while. You look at him directly. If I'm welcome. He holds your gaze, measuring you. When you left, I said there would be no place for you if you return. Your mother makes a small sound of distress, but doesn't interrupt. I was angry, your father continues, and afraid. I'd heard the stories of what happens to boys who sign with the company. He gestures to your scarred face. It seems those stories weren't exaggerated. No, you agree. They weren't Atlas Music Boy who left. He sighed deeply. The farm needs another pair of hands. Your brothers do their best, but there's always more work than people to do it. It's not a warm welcome, but it's practical, genuine, very much your father. Thank you, you say simply. He nods once, the matter settled in his mind. You'll start tomorrow. The East Field needs clearing for spring planting. Just like that, your home reinstated into the life you fled so eagerly a year ago. That night you sleep in your old bed in the loft you share with your brothers. The mattress stuffed with fresh straw feels impossibly soft after the hard deck of the ship. The stillness is both blessing and curse. No rolling motion to disturb your sleep, but also a strange absence that your body has grown accustomed to. Your brothers pepper you with questions long after you should all be asleep, hungry for tales of adventure to break the monotony of farm life. You answer as best you can, aware that you're feeding the same dreams that led to your own departure. Should you warn them more strongly about the realities of life at sea? Or Is that a lesson each must learn for himself? The next morning you rise before dawn, a habit ingrained by watchers at sea. The familiar routine of the farm, milking cows, feeding animals, repairing fences, feels both foreign and comforting. Your hands, calloused from ropes and tools aboard ship, adapt quickly to farm implements. Your body, hardened by a year of constant labor, makes light work of tasks that once left you exhausted. Days pass, then weeks. You settle into the rhythm of farm life, the cycle of planting and tending, the predictable progression of seasons. Your father says little, but you catch him watching you sometimes with a mixture of puzzlement and pride, as if trying to reconcile the returned man with the boy who left. Your mother fusses over you, trying to erase the physical marks of your journey, feeding you extra portions to fill out your lean frame, mending your clothes with special care, preparing salves for the rope burns and old injuries that still trouble you in damp weather. Your sister listens widely to your tales of foreign lands, while your brothers alternate between envy of your adventures and pride in having a well-traveled sailor in the family. Yet something remains unsettled within you. At night you dream of the ship. Not the hardships now, but the vast horizons, the sense of possibility, the camaraderie forged in shared danger. During the day, you find yourself pausing in your work to watch seabirds wheeling overhead, wondering where they've been, what shores they've seen. Your father notices, of course. He says nothing for a long time, simply watching as you struggle with your divided heart. Then, one evening, as you sit by the fire, mending a harness strap with the skilled hands of a sailor used to repairing rigging, he speaks. You're not staying, are you? The question catches you off guard, though perhaps it shouldn't have. You've been asking it of yourself for weeks. I don't know, you answer honestly. He nods, as if confirming something to himself. I was wrong to try to keep you here before. A man must find his own path. He stares into the fire. But know this, whatever you choose, there will always be a place for you here now. Whether you stay or go and return again, this remains your home. The words unlock something in your chest, a fear you've been carrying since your return. The fear of being cast out again, of having to choose irrevocably between the sea and your family. Thank you, Father, you say, your voice rough with emotion. He nods once, the matter settled. Neither of you speaks of it again, but the knowledge rests between you, a bridge across the chasm that opened when you left. Spring turns to summer. The work of the farm continues, planting, weeding, tending animals, repairing buildings. Your body grows accustomed to the steady routines, the predictable challenges. The nightmares of the voyage come less frequently, though they never disappear entirely. Sometimes news reaches the village from passing traders or the occasional traveler. Stories of VOC ships lost in storms, of rich carros safely delivered, of battles with English or Portuguese rivals. Each tale stirs something in you, a restlessness that the peaceful rhythms of farm life cannot quite soothe. One warm evening, as you sit outside, watching the sunset paint the western sky in shades of gold and crimson, your mother joins you. She's been quiet lately, watching you with knowing eyes. You're thinking of the sea again, she says. Not a question, but a statement. You don't deny it. How can you tell? A mother knows her child, even when that child has become a man. She sighs softly. You get the same look your uncle had, she says. My brother, the one who sailed with the herring fleet. This is news to you. I didn't know you had a brother who sailed. He died before you were born. lost in a storm off the English coast. She takes your calloused hand in hers. It broke my heart when you left. I was sure I'd never see you again. I'm sorry for causing you pain. No, you say firmly. A bird must fly, a fish must swim, and some men must go to sea. It's in your blood, just as it was in his. Her grip tightens. But promise me this, if you go again, come back to us, even if just for visits between voyages. Don't let us wonder if you're alive or dead. I promise, you say, and mean it. Satisfied, she nods and returns to the house, leaving you with your thoughts and the darkening sky. Summer fades into autumn. The harvest keeps everyone busy from dawn to dusk. There's satisfaction in work well done food that will see the family through winter. Yet, as the fields clear and the pace slows, restlessness returns stronger than before. You calculate the coins saved from your VOC pay, wondering if it's enough to tide you over in Amsterdam until you find another ship, not the Batavia's Pride. You decide. Perhaps a shorter route, the Baltic or the Mediterranean, somewhere to test whether the sea still has you, without committing 2 years away. The decision crystallizes gradually through 1,000 small realizations. The farm is your anchor, but the sea is your calling. One evening, as the first snow falls, you tell your family, tears from your mother and sister, concerned questions from your brothers, but no recriminations. Your father simply nods, as if he always knew. When will you leave? He asks. After winter, you reply. When the spring shipping season begins. Imagine waking up in a world where your nearest neighbor is 100 miles away, and the only road to work is a knife-edge trail along a mountain ridge. That was everyday life for the mountain men of the 1830s trappers, who could read the wilderness with the same ease we read text messages today. Their survival wasn't luck, it was pure skill. And honestly, what they managed to pull off still feels nothing short of miraculous. Before we dive in, if these stories help you drift off, hit like or subscribe, and let me know in the comments where you're listening from tonight. It never stops amazing me to see people tuning in from Tokyo to Toronto, all falling asleep to the same tale. Now settle in. Seriously, adjust your pillow, pull the blanket up tight, because where we're headed, you'll want to be safe and warm. Open your eyes to a Montana morning in 1834. The cold slams into you first, sharp, merciless, alive. But even stronger than the cold is the silence. Modern life never gives you this kind of quiet. It's so still, your own breath sounds like thunder. Frost clings to the inside of your shelter, glittering in the faint dawn light that trickles through the smoke hole. Each exhale blooms into a ghostly cloud before fading away. You're stretched out on a bed of pine boughs beneath a heavy buffalo robe, your rifle resting close by. Your back aches from the frozen ground pressing up through the branches. No memory, foam here, just the thinnest barrier between you and the hard earth, and then it hits you. This is the world of the mountain men. Welcome to the frontier, greenhorn. A gruff voice calls from outside. Beaver ain't going to trap themselves. That's Moses Harris, Black Harris to most. 40-some years old with a beard like steel wool and hands as gnarled as oak roots. A legend among trappers. Stories say he once killed 3 Blackfoot warriors with just his skinning knife after they ambushed him. You've been lucky enough to fall under his wing this season. You're first in the mountains. Coming, you mumble, your throat dry from the smoky air inside your brush shelter. You roll onto your side, every muscle protesting. Your shelter isn't much, just a simple lean-to made of branches and pine boughs. But compared to sleeping under, The open sky. It's a palace. It took you less than an hour to build using skills Harris taught you. The mountain men could throw up basic shelters in minutes. A critical skill when the weather turned deadly without warning. Your clothes from yesterday are frozen stiff where you hung them to dry. Lovely, you pull them on anyway, the fabric cracking as it bends. They'll thaw and soften with your body heat soon enough. Modern outdoor gear with its Gore-Tex and synthetic insulation would be a miracle here, but you make do with what you have. Buckskin pants, a wool shirt, and a furland capote coat. Outside, the world is painted in silver and blue. The thermometer doesn't exist yet, but you'd guess it's maybe 15 below zero. Your breath streams away like dragon smoke. Harris already has a small fire going, melting snow in a blackened coffee pot. Thought you might sleep till spring, he says, not looking up from the fire. Coffee will be ready soon. Best drink in creation, especially when it's cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey. You grunt in response, still not fully awake. The smell of the coffee is heavenly, though rich and bitter and promising warmth. Most mountain men considered coffee a necessity, not a luxury. Some would go without food before they'd go without coffee. It provided not just warmth and energy, but a psychological comfort that was hard to find out here. Got 6 traps to check before we set new ones, Harris says, pouring the steaming coffee into a tin cup and handing it to you. Rivers running high from yesterday's melt. Got to be careful, you nod, wrapping your hands around the hot metal. The warmth seeps into your frozen fingers. Almost painful, but welcome. You lift the cup to your lips and take a cautious sip. It's strong enough to stand a spoon in. Mountain coffee, not the delicate brew you'd get at some city cafe. It's perfect. Eat, Harris says, tossing you a strip of jerky. Need your strength. The jerky is tough as old leather, requiring serious jaw strength to tear off a piece. It's elk meat dried months ago and hard as wood. You tuck it into your cheek to soften while you sip more coffee. This is breakfast on the frontier. No pancakes, no eggs, just meat and coffee. Sometimes pemmican, if you're lucky, that dense mixture of dried meat, fat, and berries that could keep a man alive through the harshest conditions. Saw wolf tracks yesterday about a quarter mile downstream, Harris mentions casually as if discussing the weather. Big pack 10, maybe 12. Your stomach tightens. Wolves weren't usually a threat to armed men, but a hungry winter pack was unpredictable. Harris reads your expression and snorts. Don't worry so much, boy. Wolves got better sense than to tangle with us. They're after the same thing we are, food. Speaking of which, he kicks dirt over the fire, extinguishing it with practiced efficiency. Daylight's wasting. The morning air scour your lungs as you follow Harris through the snow. Each step crunches loudly, breaking the pristine silence. Your rifle, a Hawon, the mountain man's weapon of choice, feels reassuringly solid in your hands. The Hawon wasn't just a gun, it was a lifeline. Unlike the Kentucky long rifles most settlers carried, the Hawon was shorter, more durable, and packed a bigger punch, perfect for the mountainous terrain and large game of the Rockies. Or first rule of trapping, Harris says over his shoulder. Know your beaver, not know where they dam, where they feed, where they enter the water. You've heard this lecture before, but you listen anyway. In the mountains, repetition was how knowledge got hammered into your brain, and that knowledge kept you alive. Beavers are creature of habit, he continues. They use the same runs, same paths, to and from the water. That's where you set your trap. The river comes into view, a dark ribbon cutting through the white landscape. Parts of it are frozen, but the center flows black and fast. Harris points to a section of bank where a small creek empties into the main river. See there, that fallen birch beaver been chewing on it fresh, too. Look at the color of the wood. You follow his gaze and notice the pale yellow of freshly exposed wood where the bark has been gnawed away. Impressive that he spotted it from this distance. Okay, first trap, Harris announces, as you reach a narrow point in the river. He kneels and brushes away snow, revealing a chain disappearing into the water. With practiced movements, he pulls the chain, drawing up a metal contraption from beneath the surface. A new house nut for beaver trap, the industry standard, and in its jaws, a large beaver drowned and ready for skinning. Got one. You can't help but feel excited. Each beaver means money, and money means supplies, ammunition, and eventually, if you're lucky, enough to buy land somewhere. Good placement. Harris nods approvingly. He takes out his skinning knife, a tool as important to a trapper as his rifle. Watch close now. Got to do this right, or you'll ruin the pelt. With swift, precise movements, Harris begins to skin the beaver. His knife slides between fur and flesh, separating the valuable pelt from the carcass with minimal damage. It's gruesome but fascinating. The methodical way he works, never wasting emotion. Trick is to keep the knife edge up away from the hide, he explains. Nick the pelt and you lose value. Trading post ain't going to pay full price for damaged goods. The wet, meaty smell fills your nostrils as Harris works. It's not pleasant, but it's a smell you've grown accustomed to. This is your life now. Blood and fur and survival. You'll do the next one, he says, finishing up and rolling the pelt fur side in. He tucks it into his possibles bag, the leather satchel, where trappers kept essential items. Meat's good eating, too. We'll take some back to camp. You move on to the next trap location, navigating the treacherous riverbank. One wrong step could mean a plunge into freezing water, a potential death sentence out here. Hypothermia could kill faster than any predator, especially when help might be days or weeks away. Hold up. Harris suddenly freezes, his hand raised in warning. You stop instantly, scanning the area for danger. Grizzly, he whispers, pointing to a set of massive tracks in the snow. Big male from the size passed through maybe an hour ago. Your heart hammers against your ribs. Grizzlies were the undisputed kings of the Rockies, capable of killing a man with a single swipe. Even experienced mountain men feared them. What do? You whisper back. We stay alert, Harris says, simply, and we make noise. Grizzly don't want to meet us any more than we want to meet him. Most bears that kill men do it 'cause they got surprised. He begins to talk louder as you continue, occasionally shouting or singing snatches of bawdy songs. You join in, feeling slightly foolish, but not foolish enough to question his wisdom. At the second trap site, you find another beaver. As promised, Harris watches as you attempt to skin it. Your first cuts are hesitant, unsure. Commit to the cut, Harris advises. Timid knife makes a mess. Be bold, but careful. You adjust your grip and try again, focusing on keeping the blade away from the fur. It's harder than Harris made it look, but you manage to remove most of the pelt intact. Harris inspects your work with a critical eye. Not bad for a greenhorn, he concedes. You'll get better, or you'll starve. Mountain has a way of teaching quick lessons. The next 2 traps are empty, and the 5th has been sprung without catching anything. Harris resets them with expert efficiency, showing you how to position the trap on a beaver run and secure it properly. Trap's got to be underwater, he explains, deep enough that the beaver drowns quick. Otherwise, the poor bastard might chew his own leg off to escape. Seen it happen. Beaver with 3 legs are wily as the devil himself. For bait, Harris pulls out a small wooden container from his possibles bag. Inside is a dark, pungent substance, castoreum, the oil from a beaver's scent gland mixed with various ingredients. Smells like hell, but beavers can't resist it. He grins, dabbing a small amount on a stick positioned above the reset trap. Think of it like putting up a no trespassing sign in beaver language. They come to investigate, and he makes a snapping motion with his hands. The last trap yields another beaver, a small one, but still valuable. You help Harris reset it, trying to mimic his precise movements. The metal is ice cold, numbing your fingers despite your leather gloves. How these men worked through winter with primitive gear seems almost superhuman. Now that's all for checking, Harris announces. Now we set new ones upstream. You follow him as he scouts new locations, studying the banks for signs of beaver activity, gnawed trees, slides where beavers enter the water, and the remains of dams. It's detective work, reading the subtle signs most people would miss entirely. There, Harris points to a narrow channel between 2 small islands. Perfect spot. Beavers got to swim through there to reach that stand of aspens they've been feeding on. He wades into the frigid water, seemingly unbothered by the cold that would send most men into shock. Mountain men developed an almost supernatural tolerance for discomfort, or perhaps they just accepted it as the cost of freedom. Trick is to disguise the human scent, Harris explains, dipping the trap in mud before setting it. Beavers got a nose that had put a bloodhound to shame. You helped place 3 more traps in strategic locations, your hands numb and clumsy from the cold. By the time you finish, the sun has climbed higher, warming the air slightly, but doing little to thaw your frozen extremities. Should head back, Harris decides, studying the sky. Weather's turning. You look up and notice dark clouds gathering over the western peaks. In the mountains, weather changed with terrifying speed. A clear morning could become a deadly blizzard by afternoon. How can you tell? You ask, seeing nothing obviously threatening in the clouds. Harris taps his nose. Smell it. Air's got that metallic taste. Snow's coming. Big storm, too. Best be back at camp when it hit. You strain your senses, but detect nothing unusual. Still, you've learned to trust Harris's instincts. The mountain men developed a 6th sense for weather patterns. They had to. Being caught unprepared could be fatal. The trek back to camp is more difficult, laden down with beaver pelts and meat. The temperature drops noticeably as clouds roll in, blocking the sun. Your earlier tracks are already partially filled with fresh snow. Pace yourself, Harris advises when he notices you breathing hard. Sweat's your enemy in cold. Get wet, get dead. It's a common saying among mountain men. In sub-zero temperatures, sweat-soaked clothing could freeze, rapidly lowering body temperature. Many an inexperienced trapper had died not from starvation or animal attacks, but from the simple mistake of overexertion, followed by rest in frigid conditions. When we get back, Harris says, I'll show you how to stretch and prepare those pelts. Got to do it right, or they'll rot. This was the unglamorous side of trapping. The meticulous preparation of furs that took hours of careful work. Each pelt had to be stretched on a willow hoop or board, scraped clean of fat and flesh, and properly dried. Any mistake in the process could ruin the fur's value. How many you reckon you need to make it through winter? Harris asks. You consider the question. Each beaver pelt fetched roughly $3 at the trading posts, a significant sum in the 1830s. But supplies were expensive in the mountains where everything had to be hauled in by mule train. 100 maybe. You venture, Harris snorts. Try 200 minimum, and that's if you're frugal. Winter's long up here. Longer than you can imagine. The implication is clear. You need to work faster, trap more efficiently. Your survival depends on it. No welfare, no safety net, just your skills and determination standing between you and starvation. Camp comes into view just as the first snowflakes begin to fall. You've been out since dawn, and your body aches with fatigue, but there's no rest yet. The pelts need attention. Firewood needs gathering, and food needs preparing. The work of survival never ends. Good morning's work, Harris says, as you drop your load of pelts near the fire pit. Your learning might make a mountain man of you, yet from him this qualifies as high praise. You feel a surge of pride despite your exhaustion. You're adapting, surviving in a world that kills the weak and unprepared. Your hands may be bloody, your muscles may scream in protest, but you're alive in the mountains. That's victory enough now, Harris says, pulling out his skinning knife again. Let me show you how to turn these green hides into something a man can sell. The snow falls harder as he begins the demonstration. But inside your crude shelter, with fire warming your face and hard-earned pelts at your feet, you feel something unexpected: contentment. This life is brutal and unforgiving, but there's a raw honesty to it that you've never found in civilization. As Harris works, he begins to tell you stories of his years in the mountains, tales of narrow escapes, of great rendezvous, where hundreds of trappers gathered to trade and celebrate, of winters so harsh they had to eat their moccasins to survive. 1824 winter came early, he recalls, his knife never stopping its methodical scraping. Got caught up near the Yellowstone with nothing but my rifle and the clothes on my back. Snow up to my armpits. No shelter, no food. Thought I was done for. You lean in, captivated despite your fatigue. These stories were the oral history of the mountains, passed from veteran to greenhorn, carrying the hard-won wisdom that kept men alive. What happened? You prompt when he falls silent. Harris grins, revealing a gap where two teeth should be. Found a bear den. Bear was hibernating, fat as a priest after Easter. Well, one of us wasn't going to see spring. He shrugs. I'm still here. You can't help but laugh at his matter-of-fact delivery. This is mountain man humor, dark, understated, and laced with the constant awareness of mortality. The snowfall thickens outside, creating a white curtain around your small camp, but you're prepared. Shelter secure, fire burning, food available. Harris has taught you well these past months. Tomorrow will bring more traps to check, more beaver to skin, more challenges to overcome. But tonight, as the wilderness disappears under a blanket of white, you've earned your place in this harsh, beautiful world. Your hands may be stained with blood and your body weary beyond words, but you're becoming something new. A man of the mountains, tested by nature and found worthy. The soft hiss of snow falling on the fire creates a gentle rhythm as Harris continues his story. Unlike your modern bedroom with its artificial silence, this wilderness night is alive with subtle sounds. The crackle of flames, the whisper of wind, the occasional crack of a branch surrendering to the weight of snow. You feel your eyelids growing heavy, but you fight to stay awake, to absorb every scrap of knowledge Harris offers. In this world, such knowledge isn't academic. it's survival. Every skill learned, every story heard might someday be the difference between life and death, as night fully claims the sky, turning the snowfall into a dance of shadows and firelight. You realize that for all its dangers and discomforts, there's a profound peace to this life. No deadlines, no traffic, no endless notifications demanding attention. Just the immediate needs of existence and the vast, indifferent beauty of the mountains. Harris falls silent, his story complete, his work on the pelts finished for now. He pours another cup of coffee, adding a splash of something stronger from a small flask, his precious supply of whiskey saved for special occasions or particularly cold nights. Get some rest, he advises, noticing your struggle to stay awake. Tomorrow's another day. Beaver ain't going nowhere. As you settle into your bedroll, muscles aching and mind full of new knowledge, you understand why men chose this life, despite its hardships. There's a clarity here, a purpose uncluttered by the complexities of civilization. Each day presents simple questions with profound consequences. Will you eat? Will you stay warm? Will you survive until tomorrow? Outside the storm intensifies, but inside your shelter, wrapped in buffalo hide and warmed by the dying fire, you feel an unexpected security. The modern world, with its countless comfort, seems impossibly distant, like a half-remembered dream. This is reality now, immediate, demanding, and somehow more authentic than anything you've known before. Sleep comes swiftly, carrying you away, from aching muscles and bloody hands to dreams of beaver streams and mountain valleys yet unexplored. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, but tonight you rest like the mountain men of old, deeply, completely, with the simple satisfaction of having survived another day in the unforgiving embrace of the wild. Morning comes with the smell of smoke and coffee. The storm passed sometime in the night, leaving behind a world transformed by snow. Everything gleams bright enough to hurt your eyes. You roll over in your bedroll, every muscle screaming in protest. Up an atom, greenhorn. Harris kicks the bottom of your buffalo robe. Got company coming. You bolt upright, hand instinctively reaching for your rifle. Blackfoot Harris snorts. Nah, crow, friendly enough, long as you don't get handsy with their women or horses. He tosses you a strip of jerky. Eat up trading's hungry work. You force yourself to chew the leathery meat while pulling on your still damp moccasins. The previous day's trapping has left your hands raw and blistered, but there's no time to coddle yourself. In the mountains, pain was just another daily companion, like hunger and cold. How do you know they're coming? You ask. Seeing no signs of visitors, Harris taps his ear. Listen. You strain to hear past the crackling fire and the soft hiss of melting snow dripping from tree branches. Then you catch it. The distant jingle of metal, bells or tin cones sewn onto clothing, a common decoration among many tribes. They'll be here soon, Harris says, adding more wood to the fire. Best look busy. Crow respect men who work. You set about stretching the beaver pelts from yesterday onto willow hoops, a task that requires both strength and delicacy. The skin must be stretched tight enough to dry properly, but not so tight it tears. Your fingers, stiff from cold, struggle with the intricate work. So, what do we trade? You ask, fighting with a particularly stubborn piece of hide. Whatever they want that we can spare, Harris replies, checking his own supply of trade goods, beads, awls, small mirrors, and a few precious steel knives. Might be they want coffee or tobacco. Might be they just want news. He pauses, fixing you, with a serious stare. Listen close, 'cause this might save your life someday. When Indians come to trade, it ain't just about swapping goods, it's about respect. Building a bond. You rush it. Treat them like they're just walking trading posts. You'll end up with your hair hanging from somebody's lodgepole. You nod, absorbing the lesson. Mountain men who survived long term had to be diplomats as well as trappers. The wilderness was native territory, and a man alone couldn't afford to make enemies. First thing is the gift, Harris continues. You always offer something before trading starts. Something good, not just leftovers. Shows goodwill. What if I don't have anything to spare? You ask. Harris chuckles darkly. Then you better hope they like your jokes, 'cause your scalp ain't worth much. Before you can respond, the sound of approaching horses becomes unmistakable. Harris straightens up, adjusting his possibles bag and checking that his knife and pistol are accessible but not prominently displayed. A subtle gesture tells you to do the same. Let me do the talking, he mutters. At least at first. The crow arrive like a painting come to life. 8 riders on painted ponies, their hair adorned with feathers, their clothing a riot of colors and intricate beadwork. Unlike the fringed buckskins depicted in dime novels, these men wear a practical mix of traditional dress and traded goods. Several sport wool blankets draped over shoulders, and one has a US Army coat modified with quill work and beads. Their leader, distinguished by an impressive headdress of eagle feathers, raises his hand in greeting. How Black Harris, he calls in heavily accented English. How to moons. Harris responds using the universal plains greeting. He raises his hand palm forward in the gesture of peace. Been a long winter. 2 Moons dismounts with fluid grace. His face weathered, but his eyes sharp and intelligent. The other warriors remain on horseback, watching you with undisguised curiosity. New face. 2 Moons nods toward you, your son. Harris laughs. Nah, just teaching him how not to die. Names. He turns to you expectantly. William, you supply. Then remembering, Mountain Man Custom Adwill Green. 2 Moons studies you for a moment, then nods. Good name, easy to say. Among trappers and tribes alike. A simple name that could be pronounced by many tongues was an advantage. Harris reaches into his bag and pulls out a small pouch of tobacco, his prized Virginia blend, carefully rationed through the winter. For you, old friend, he says, offering it to 2 Moons with both hands. Best smoke this side of St. Louis. The crow leader accepts the gift with appropriate ceremony, sniffing the tobacco appreciatively. Good medicine, he pronounces. Then from within his own robe, he produces a small parfleche, a rawhide container decorated with geometric designs for you. Buffalo tongue, my wife made. Harris accepts the gift with evident pleasure. Preserved buffalo tongue was considered a delicacy, rich and flavorful compared to the monotonous diet of jerky and whatever game could be hunted. Your woman makes the best, Harris says, tucking the parfleche away carefully. Please thank her for me. The formal exchange of gifts complete, the atmosphere relaxes perceptibly. 2 Moons gestures and his men dismount, coming to warm themselves by your fire. 1 young warrior continues to stare at you with particular intensity. That walks far, Harris murmurs to you. First war party last fall took 2 Blackfoot scalps. He's looking to add to his count, so don't stare back too hard. You swallow nervously and busy yourself with the pelts. Despite Harris's assurances that the crow were allies, the tension is palpable. These men were formidable warriors in their own right, capable of killing with terrifying efficiency if provoked. Two Moons speaks rapidly in Crow to his men who produce various items for trade. Beautifully tanned hides, moccasins sewn with colorful quill work, and several bags of pemmican. The real trading is about to begin. Watch and learn, Harris advises. Trading's got its own language. What follows is a masterclass in frontier diplomacy. Harris never shows too much interest in any item, no matter how valuable. He examines each offering casually, making non-committal noises. Two Moons does the same with Harris's trade goods. Both men know exactly what they want, but the protocol must be observed. This knife, Two Moons finally says, picking up one of Harris's steel blades. Good metal, best Sheffield steel, Harris confirms. Hold an edge better than any other. The Crow leader tests the blade with his thumb, nodding appreciatively. What you want for this? Harris shrugs. That buffalo robe looks warm. Two Moons laughs. This robe worth 3 knives. Very fine work, my youngest wife. And so the haggling begins in earnest. Back and forth they go, each man praising his own goods while finding fault with the others. It's a dance, a ritual as important as the actual exchange of items. You watch, fascinated, as Harris trades 3 steel needles for a pair of beautifully beaded moccasins, then a small mirror for a substantial bag of pemmican. Each transaction is punctuated by stories, jokes, and subtle compliments. Never is the trading rushed. Each item receives its due consideration. Your turn, Harris suddenly says, nudging you forward. Two Moons wants to see what you've got. Panic flutters in your chest. You haven't prepared for this. Frantically, you search your meager possessions for something worth trading. Your fingers close around your spare knife. Not your best, but decent quality. I have this, you offer, holding it out to Two Moons. The Crow leader takes it, examining the blade carefully. His face gives nothing away. Good knife, he finally pronounces. What you want for it? You scan the items the Crow have brought. There's a beautiful quilled belt that catches your eye, but you sense it's worth far more than your knife. Instead, you point to a smaller item, a leather pouch filled with what looks like dried berries. What are those? You ask. Choke cherries. Two Moons replies, good medicine for winter sickness. Make tea. You nod, trying to appear knowledgeable. I would trade my knife for that. Two Moons considers, then nods. Fair trade. You know how to use. When you hesitate, he explains, boil in water, drink when sick. Good for cough, good for belly. You accept the pouch, feeling oddly proud of completing your first trade. Harris gives you an approving nod when Two Moons isn't looking. The trading continues for another hour, a leisurely process interspersed with conversation and the sharing of news. You learn that a party of American Fur Company men was attacked by Blackfoot 2 moons ago, losing 3 trappers and most of their winter take. The Crow themselves had skirmished with Sioux war parties pushing into their hunting grounds. 2 of their young men had been killed, a serious blow to a small band. Bad sign, 2 moons says gravely. Sioux moving west. Many guns, many warriors. Harris nods. Equally serious government pushing them from the east. Everybody's getting squeezed. This was the reality of the changing frontier. Tribes being displaced by white settlement pushed into other tribes' territories, creating a deadly domino effect of conflict. The mountain men caught in the middle had to navigate these complex tribal politics just to survive. You hunt beaver, 2 moons asks, eyeing your stretched pelts. Some, Harris replies cautiously. Beaver trapping was a sensitive subject with many tribes who increasingly recognized that the mountain men were depleting a valuable resource. 2 Moons makes a sweeping gesture toward the mountains. Our hunting grounds, many beaver. You trap, you trade with us. Yes. No take 2, Fort. Harris doesn't commit immediately. Your beaver, your territory, he acknowledges. But the company expects pelts. Company, not here, 2 Moons points out reasonably. We hear Blackfoot here. The implication is clear. The Crow are offering protection in exchange for first rights to trade. We can work something out, Harris consents. Some for you, some for the fort. 2 Moons nods, satisfied with this compromise. More words are exchanged, arrangements made for future meetings. Throughout it all, you observe the careful balance Harris maintains. Respectful but not subservient, friendly but not overly familiar. It's diplomatic tightrope walking of the highest order. As the trading winds down, one of the younger Crow not walks far, but another whose name you didn't catch approaches you directly. He points to your rifle, then to himself, making his interest clear. He wants to see your Hawan. Harris translates unnecessarily. You hesitate. A man's rifle was his life out here, not something casually handed over to strangers, but refusing could be taken as an insult. Just let him look, Harris advises quietly. Don't give it to him loaded. Carefully you check that the rifle is unloaded before passing it to the young warrior. He accepts it with reverent hands, admiring the octagonal barrel and the brass fittings. His fingers trace the wooden stock worn smooth by use. Good medicine, he says in halting English. Kill buffalo far away. You nod. Yes, good for buffalo, good for elk. The warrior raises the rifle to his shoulder, sighting along the barrel toward a distant tree. His form is perfect, clearly familiar with firearms. After a moment, he hands it back to you with obvious reluctance. Someday I get rifle like this, he says. Trade many horses. You nod, understanding his desire. For the Plains tribes, adopting firearms wasn't just about having better weapons. It was about survival in a changing world. Those without guns were increasingly at the mercy of those who had them. 2 Moons gives a command, and his men begin mounting up. The trading is over. As a final gesture, the Crow leader approaches you directly. You trap with Black Harris. You learn good, he says. But remember, mountains have many eyes. Blackfoot, not like beaver trappers. They kill quick. He draws a finger across his throat to emphasize the point. You see strange tracks. You come to our village. He points east. 3 days' ride. Yellow clay cliffs. We help. Thank you, you reply, genuinely, moved by the offer of protection. 2 Moons nods, then turns to Harris. Snow melting soon. Big water coming. Be careful at river crossing. With that warning delivered, he mounts his horse with fluid grace. The Crow band departs as they arrived in a jingle of metal ornaments and a flash of colorful blankets against the snow. Within minutes, they've disappeared into the trees. Well, Harris says, settling back by the fire. That was educational. They seemed friendlier than I expected, you admit. Harris snorts. Of course they were. We're on their good side. You should see them when they're not feeling so charitable. He taps his chest, where a barely visible scar peeks above his shirt collar. Got this from a crow arrow about 10 years back. Misunderstanding about some horses. You swallow hard. But you said they were allies. They are now. Harris shrugs. Out here, alliances shift, like river sand. Today's friend might be tomorrow's enemy, depending on who's got what and who's threatening, whom he pokes at the fire thoughtfully. 2 moons is solid, though, man of his word. If he says we can trap his territory and trade with his band, he'll stick to it. You digest this information, understanding better now the complex web of relationships that kept a mountain man alive. It wasn't just about skills and courage. It was about knowing who to trust, when to trade, and how to navigate the human terrain of the frontier. What he said about the Blackfoot, you begin, wasn't exaggerating, Harris finishes grimly. They hate trappers worse than poison. Blame us for bringing disease, for taking beaver, for trading with their enemies. He spits into the fire. Can't really fault their logic. We have brought all those things. This was the moral ambiguity of frontier life laid bare. The mountain men were invaders in a sense, disrupting economies and ecologies that had existed for centuries. Yet they saw themselves as free men pursuing the right to make their way in an open wilderness. So what do we do if we encounter Blackfoot, you ask? Pray they don't see us first, Harris says bluntly. If they do, and there's just a few, might be we can talk our way out. I speak enough of their tongue to be polite. If there's many, he shrugs. We run, hide, or fight. Not many other options. The casual way he discusses potential death sends a chill through you that has nothing to do with the mountain air. This was the reality behind the romantic myths. Constant vigilance, knowing that each day might be your last. Those moccasins I traded for, Harris says, changing the subject. They're for you. Your boots are falling apart, and badly made footwear will kill you faster than most anything else out here. You accept the gift with genuine gratitude. The moccasins are beautiful, lined with rabbit fur and beaded with blue and white designs. More importantly, they're sturdy and waterproof. Functional art that could save your toes from frostbite. Thank you, you say, immediately removing your worn leather boots to try them on. Don't thank me, Harris grunts. Thank to Moons next time. I traded those needles specific for those moccasins. Saw you limping yesterday. The moccasins fit perfectly, as if made for your feet. The comfort compared to your old boots is immediate and dramatic. How'd they know my size? You wonder aloud. Harris chuckles. They didn't. Crow women make them one size big. You stuff them with grass or rabbit fur till they fit just right. He tosses you a handful of dried grass. Here, padding for the toes, you stuff the grass into the toes of the moccasins, marveling at the simple ingenuity of the design. They conform to your feet, providing support without restriction. No wonder mountain men often adopted native footwear over European styles. Trading ain't just about goods, Harris says, watching you adjust your new footwear. It's about survival. Man alone out here trying to make everything himself. He's dead inside a season. Got to have partners, allies. He gestures to your feet. Those moccasins might save your life when we cross the high passes. Worth more than their weight in beaver pelts. You nod, understanding better now. The mountain man wasn't the solitary hero of dime novels conquering the wilderness alone. He was a connector, a cultural bridge between worlds, relying on a network of relationships to survive. We move camp tomorrow, Harris announces, checking the position of the sun. 2 Moons was right about the snowmelt. This valley is going to flood soon. Need to get to higher ground before the trails turn to mud. You look around at the camp you've grown accustomed to, the lean-to shelters, the established fire pit, the familiar landmarks. The prospect of moving, of starting again somewhere new, fills you with both excitement and apprehension. "Where to?" you ask. Harris points west toward a notch between two snow-capped peaks. "There's a high valley about 2 days' travel. Good beaver, good hunting, and easier to defend if trouble comes calling." He eyes the sky thoughtfully. "Weather looks fair. We'll pack tonight. Head out at first light." You nod, already mentally inventorying your meager possessions. In the mountains, a man traveled light, or not at all. Everything had to earn its keep, justify the effort of carrying it over difficult terrain. "Oh, those crow," you say after a moment's reflection. "They're not what I expected." Harris raises an eyebrow. "How so?" "They seemed practical, smart, not like the savages in the stories." Harris spits disgustedly. "Those stories are horseshit written by men who never set foot west of the Mississippi. Indians ain't savages, and they ain't noble mystics either. They're people, some good, some bad, most just trying to survive, same as us." He fixes you with a hard stare. "Remember, that might save your life someday." You nod, chastened by the rebuke, but appreciating the wisdom behind it. The frontier was teaching you to see clearly, to shed preconceptions that could prove fatal in this unforgiving land. As you begin packing for tomorrow's journey, you reflect on how much you've already learned, not just about trapping and trading, but about the complex human geography of the mountains. The wilderness demanded not only physical endurance, but also a kind of social intelligence, knowing who to trust, how to communicate across cultural divides, when to stand firm and when to compromise. These were the true skills of the mountain man, as essential to survival as fire-making or marksmanship. And like those more tangible abilities, they could only be acquired through experience, through trial and error in a landscape where errors were rarely forgiven. Night falls as you finish your preparations, transforming the snow-covered valley into a silver landscape under a rising moon. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new territories to navigate. But tonight, with your belly full of traded pemmican and your feet warm in moccasins, you feel a growing confidence in your ability to face whatever the mountains might throw at you. Harris, seasoned by decades in the wilderness, catches your expression and offers a rare smile. "Your learning, greenhorn," he says, "might make a mountain man of you yet. Coming from him, it's the highest praise imaginable." You sleep soundly that night, dreaming not of civilization's comforts, but of high valleys and beaver streams, of successful trades and new allies in a vast wild land that's slowly becoming home. Dawn breaks with a symphony of birdsong. The forest around you stirs to life as you and Harris finish breaking camp. You've become efficient at this nomadic routine. Shelters dismantled, fire properly extinguished, all traces of your presence minimized, not just to leave no trace, but because in these mountains, leaving obvious signs of your passing was like sending an engraved invitation to trouble. "Ready?" Harris asks, securing the last bundle to his pack horse. You've packed lighter than you thought possible, your entire life now contained in a bedroll, possible bag, and a few strategically tied bundles. "Ready," you confirm, adjusting your new moccasins. The crow-made footwear already feels like part of your feet, conforming perfectly to every contour. The journey west is arduous, climbing steadily into higher elevations. The trails, if they can be called that, are often little more than game paths, winding through dense forests and across rocky slopes. Harris leads with the confidence of a man reading a well-marked map, though no such luxury exists. His mental geography, built through years of exploration, guides you through passes and around obstacles invisible to your untrained eye. "See that notch?" Harris points to a V-shaped cut between two peaks ahead. That's Thunderpass. Valley we want is just beyond. You study the distant landmark, trying to commit it to memory. Mountain men navigated by such features: distinctive peaks, unusual rock formations, river confluences. In a landscape without signposts, these natural markers were their compass points. By midday, you've gained significant elevation. The air thins noticeably, each breath delivering less satisfaction to your lungs. You fight the urge to pant, knowing it would only waste precious energy. "Hold up," Harris suddenly whispers, raising his hand in the universal sign to stop. You freeze instantly, eyes scanning for danger. Harris points silently to a clearing ahead. Through the trees, you spot movement. A small herd of elk grazing peacefully, unaware of your presence. Your stomach tightens with anticipation. Fresh meat would be a welcome change from jerky and pemmican. With practiced stealth, Harris slips his rifle from its scabbard. He motions for you to stay put, then begins a careful stalk toward the clearing. You watch, mesmerized by his skill. Despite his size and age, he moves with remarkable silence, each footstep placed with deliberate care. The lead cow suddenly raises her head, nostrils flaring. Harris freezes mid-step, becoming part of the landscape. Long seconds pass as the elk surveys her surroundings. Eventually, satisfied there's no threat, she returns to grazing. Harris continues his approach, using trees for cover, moving only when the wind rustles branches to mask any sound. You lose sight of him for a moment. Then the sharp crack of his rifle shatters the mountain silence. The herd bolts in panic, but one cow stumbles, then collapses, a clean shot. Harris emerges from the trees, already reloading his Howon with practiced efficiency. He beckons you forward. "That's dinner," he announces with satisfaction as you reach him, "and breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the next while, too." The elk lies still, a small entry wound visible behind her shoulder. A perfect heart shot, clean, quick, humane. You've seen Harris pass up shots he wasn't confident in, explaining that wounding an animal that escapes to die slowly was both cruel and wasteful. "Better get to work before the scavengers show up," Harris says, unsheathing his hunting knife. "I'll show you how to break her down proper." What follows is a masterclass in frontier butchery. Harris works with practiced precision, showing you exactly where to cut to maximize the usable meat while minimizing waste. "Always thank the animal," he murmurs as he begins. "Indians got that right. Everything gives its life so something else can live. Least we can do is be grateful and use every part." You watch carefully as he demonstrates how to skin the elk without puncturing the hide, a valuable resource in itself. The hide would become clothing, containers, or trade goods. Nothing would be wasted. "Now you try," Harris says, handing you his knife and guiding your hands to the proper position. Firm pressure, but gentle. Follow the natural seams between muscle groups. Your first cuts are clumsy, but Harris corrects you patiently. "Not so deep there. That's it. Now angle the blade this way to follow the bone." The work is bloody and exhausting, but oddly satisfying. This is sustenance in its most direct form. No middleman, no processing plants. Just you and the animal and the knife. By the time you finish, your arms ache and your clothes are stained, but a substantial pile of meat lies ready for processing. "Not bad," Harris concedes, inspecting your work. "Bit rough in spots, but you'll get better. Now for the important part, making it last. Some of the choicest cuts, the tenderloins and back, Harris sets aside for immediate cooking. The rest he begins to slice into thin strips. Out here, fresh meats are luxury, he explains. Most of this needs to be preserved. Some will smoke, some will dry, and some, he grins, will make into Pemmican. Best trail food ever invented. As you help slice the meat, Harris explains the process. Pemmican's simple, but takes work. Dry the meat till it's brittle. Pound it to powder. Mix with rendered fat and berries if you've got them. Done right, it'll keep for years. He instructs you to gather wood for a smoking rack. While he continues processing, by the time you return with an armload of green branches, he's constructed a simple frame over which the meat strips will be draped. All low heat, lots of smoke, he directs, as you build a fire beneath the rack. Want to dry it, not cook it. As the meat begins to smoke, Harris turns his attention to rendering fat. He carefully cuts chunks of tallow from around the elk's kidneys, the highest quality fat. This here is the gold, he explains, placing the fat in your camp kettle. Cleanest fat on the animal. Melts down smooth, no you quite taste. The process is time-consuming but methodical. While the meat smokes, the fat renders slowly over a separate small fire, transforming from solid chunks to clear liquid gold. Harris occasionally skims impurities from the surface with a wooden spoon. My first winter in the mountains, Harris reminisces as he works. I damn near starved because I didn't know how to preserve meat proper. Shot a deer, ate what I could, rest spoiled before I knew it. Learned quick after that. The afternoon stretches into evening as the preservation work continues. Harris rotates the meat strips occasionally, ensuring even drying. The smell is intoxicating, smoky, savory, primal. Company coming, Harris suddenly announces, though you've heard nothing. Moments later, you detect the distant sound of horses approaching. Your hand moves instinctively toward your rifle. Easy, Harris cautions. That'll be Jackson's bunch. They trap the next valley over. Sure enough, 3 riders soon appear on the trail below. They approach openly, hands visible, the frontier etiquette that distinguished friend from foe. As they draw closer, Harris raises a hand in greeting. About time you showed up, he calls. Thought the Blackfoot might have got you. The lead rider, a weathered man, perhaps older than Harris, laughs. Takes more than Blackfoot to put old Caleb Jackson under. Smelled your smoke from a mile off. Figured it was either you or a forest fire. The men dismount and you're introduced to Caleb Jackson and his companions, a taciturn mountain man called Broken Hand Peterson and a younger trapper not much older than yourself. Introduced simply as Webb. My new shadow, Harris says, nodding toward you, teaching him the ropes. Jackson surveys you with calculating eyes. Hope he's a quick study. Mountains don't suffer slow learners. He'll do, Harris says, and the simple affirmation fills you with unexpected pride. The new arrivals unsaddle their horses and make themselves comfortable around your fire. Frontier hospitality demands sharing food and fire with visitors. A custom born of mutual dependence in a harsh land. Brought something to wet our whistles, Jackson announces, producing a small jug from his pack. Missouri whiskey, the real stuff, not that rock gut they sell at Rendervis. Harris's eyes light up. Alcohol was a rare luxury in the mountains, carefully rationed and saved for special occasions. Well, now that changes the complexion of the evening. Jackson passes the jug, and each man takes a modest swig. Even in celebration, wasting precious spirits was foolish. When the jug reaches you, you take a cautious sip. The whiskey burns like liquid fire, but spreads a welcome warmth through your tired body. As night falls, you feast on fresh elk meat, roasted simply over the fire. The conversation flows as freely as circumstances allow, with news exchanged and stories shared. These informal gatherings, with a mountain man's newspaper, post office, and social club combine. Heard the American fur companies offering $5 a place this season. Webb mentions, between bites. Beavers getting scarce, or $5 won't matter if you can't get your furs to market. Peterson counters in his growly voice. Blackfoot's been hitting the supply trains hard. 3 outfits ambushed last month. This sparks a discussion of routes and danger zones. Information, more valuable than gold in the mountains. You listen intently, mentally mapping safe passages and areas to avoid. As the meal concludes, Harris returns to the task of pemmican making. The dried meat, now brittle as old leather, is ready for the next step. He places portions in a clean hide, then demonstrates how to use a smooth riverstone as a hammer, pounding the meat into fine powder. Your turn, he says, handing you the stone. Arm will feel like it's falling off before you're done, but that's the price of eating through winter. You set to work, pounding rhythmically. The physical labor is indeed exhausting, but there's something meditative about the repetitive motion. Jackson watches with approval, making pemmican smart. Saved my life more than once. He rolls up his sleeve to reveal a gnarled scar on his forearm. Winter of 29, trapped by a blizzard in the bitter roots for 16 days, nothing but pemmican between me and the boneyard. These casual references to near-death experiences were common among mountain men. Survival stories weren't told for dramatic effect, but as practical lessons. This worked, this didn't. Here's how to live if it happens to you. As your pile of powdered meat grows, Harris checks the rendered fat, now perfectly clear. Just right, he pronounces. Now for the magic. He demonstrates mixing the meat powder with the hot fat in approximately equal proportions, working quickly before the fat solidifies. To this base, he adds dried choke cherries from his supplies and a handful of crushed nuts. Berries prevent scurvy. He explains Indians figured that out long before white doctors did. Man can live on nothing but pemmican for months and stay healthy, long as it's got berries mixed in. The resulting mixture is packed into small rawhide pouches sealed with more fat. When cooled, each package becomes a concentrated brick of nutrition impervious to spoilage and weather. 3 of these will keep a man going for a week of hard travel, Harris says with satisfaction. Not fancy eating, but it'll keep you alive. As the evening deepens, Jackson produces a deck of cards, worn, greasy, but complete. Card games were one of the few entertainments available in the wilderness. Played for stakes ranging from trinkets to horses to life-saving supplies. Friendly game, he suggests, shuffling with surprising dexterity for hands so weathered. Soon a poker game is underway, played by firelight with stakes of coffee beans substituting for money. You join in, though your meager possessions limit. You're betting. The conversation continues over cards, turning to plans for the upcoming rendezvous. Heard it's at Green River this year, Webb says, studying his cards. Companies bringing 60p pack mules of trade goods. Rendezvous, the annual gathering of trappers, traders, and Indians, was the highlight of the mountain calendar. For a few weeks each summer, hundreds would converge to trade furs, replenish supplies, exchange news, and celebrate with legendary abandon. For men who spent most of the year in isolation or small groups, it was a vital release valve for the pressures of wilderness life. Planning to attend? Harris asks Jackson. Wouldn't miss it, the older trapper replies. got 3 years' worth of beaver to trade. Might even head back to St. Louis after getting too old for winter in the mountains. This was a common refrain among aging mountain men. The physical toll of the lifestyle eventually forced most to seek easier circumstances, though many struggled to readjust to civilization after years in the wild. As the card game winds down, Peterson, who has spoken little all evening, suddenly addresses you directly. Saw you working that elk. Not bad technique for a greenhorn. Coming from the taciturn trapper, this constitutes high praise. You thank him awkwardly, or still cutting too deep though, he continues. Wastes meat and dulls your knife. Here he pulls his own hunting knife and demonstrates a more efficient technique on a piece of scrap. Hide blade almost parallel to the surface. Let the edge do the work. Save your strength for when you need it. This casual sharing of knowledge was how wilderness skills passed from veteran to novice. No formal instruction, just observation, correction, and practice under the critical eyes of those who had survived long enough to become expert. As the night grows late, the conversation turns to the spiritual side of mountain life. Webb, the youngest of Jackson's group, recounts a strange experience during his first solo hunt. Was tracking a bull elk up near Thunderhead Peak. He begins, his voice dropping. Got caught in a storm like nothing I ever seen. Lightning hitting all around me. Took shelter under an overhang and there was paintings on the rock. Old paintings, Indian magic, I guess. Spent the night there. Had dreams so real I could taste them. No one scoffs at his story. The mountains had a way of producing experiences that defied rational explanation. Most trappers, regardless of their background, developed a hybrid spirituality that incorporated both European and native elements. A respect for forces beyond human understanding. Indians believe the thunder beings live in those peaks, Harris comments. Powerful medicine, dangerous to disturb. The conversation might seem superstitious to outsiders, but in the wilderness, where death could come from 100 different directions, respecting local beliefs was just another survival strategy. Many a trapper had been saved by knowledge passed down through native traditions, which plants healed, which waters were safe to drink, how to read weather patterns specific to certain valleys. As the fire burns down to coals, Jackson's group prepares to continue their journey. Despite the late hour, they prefer traveling in the cool of night through certain territories. Blackfoot don't like moving after dark, Jackson explains. Too many bad spirits about makes for safer passage. Before departing, he presents Harris with a small leather pouch. Almost forgot, found this plant you were looking for. Old medicine woman at the Flathead camp showed me where it grows. Harris accepts the gift with obvious gratitude. Later, he explains to you that the plant, a particular type of root, makes a tea that eases his rheumatism, a painful souvenir of decades spent sleeping on cold ground. After Jackson's party disappears into the darkness, you and Harris add the final batches of Pemmican to your supplies. The day's work has yielded enough preserved meat to last weeks, an investment of labor that could mean the difference between survival and starvation in the unpredictable mountain environment. Get some sleep, Harris advises as you bank the fire for the night. We'll reach the valley by midday tomorrow if we start early. As you settle into your bedroll, muscles aching from the day's exertions, you reflect on how much you've learned in just a few short months. Not just practical skills like trapping and pemmican making, but the subtler arts of mountain life, the social codes, the information networks, the blend of self-reliance and interdependence that kept men alive in the wilderness. Harris, smoking a final pipe, by the fire seems to read your thoughts. Learning fast, he comments. Almost didn't cut yourself skinning that elk. You smile at the backhanded compliment. Still have all my fingers. For now, he agrees. Mountains will take their pound of flesh eventually. Always do. There's no bitterness in his statement, just the pragmatic acceptance that characterized the mountain man's worldview. The night deepens around your small camp, the vast bowl of stars overhead seeming close enough to touch. Unlike the artificial brightness of your modern bedroom, this darkness feels alive, textured with the sounds of the wilderness, the distant call of an owl, the rustle of nocturnal creatures, the soft sigh of wind through pine boughs. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, but tonight, wrapped in buffalo robe with a full stomach and new knowledge, you feel a deepening connection to this harsh but beautiful world. The mountains are not conquered. No man could claim such a thing. But perhaps with time and respect and the right teachers, they might allow you to remain a while longer in their magnificent indifference. Morning comes with stiffness in your joints and frost on your bedroll. You've grown accustomed to waking in discomfort. It's the mountain man's alarm clock. Harris is already up, nursing a small fire and studying the sky with concern. Don't like those clouds, he mutters as you join him by the fire. Weather's turning. You follow his gaze to the western horizon. What seemed like harmless wisps at first glance now register as something more ominous. Dark smudges spreading across the blue, moving fast with the high altitude winds. Storm, you ask, accepting the tin cup of coffee he offers. Big one. From the look, we need to push hard. Reach that valley before it hits. Harris kicks dirt over the fire after filling his own cup. No time for breakfast beyond coffee. We'll eat while we ride. You pack quickly, muscles working on automatic after months of the same routine. The horses sense the urgency, stamping nervously as you secure your gear. Animals know when bad weather approaches, long before humans catch on. The trail steepens as you continue toward Thunder Pass. What began as a relatively easy forest path turns into a grueling switchback climb over loose shale and exposed rock faces. The horses struggle in spots, forcing you to dismount and lead them through the trickiest sections. Trail gets better on the other side, Harris promises, noticing your labored breathing. The thinning air at this elevation makes every step an effort. The clouds continue their relentless advance, darkening now, their edges turning an ominous purple-gray. The wind picks up, carrying a biting chill that cuts through your buckskins. Might not make the valley, Harris admits as you pause to rest the horses. Need to start thinking about alternatives. Halfway up a mountain during an approaching storm was nobody's idea of an ideal situation. You scan the terrain, trying to think like Harris has taught you. What would provide shelter? Where would be safest? There you point to a rocky outcropping about half a mile off the trail. Would that work? Harris studies your suggestion with a critical eye, then nods approvingly. Good eye. Got an overhang. Some wind protection. Might do in a pinch. You continue, climbing, pushing harder now as the first distant rumble of thunder reaches your ears. The wind gusts stronger, carrying the unmistakable scent of rain. The horses grow increasingly skittish, sensing the coming storm. Just as you reach a relatively flat section near the pass summit, disaster strikes. Harris's packer steps into a hidden hole, stumbling violently. Though the animal catches itself, the sudden movement shifts its load. Before either of you can react, Harris's carefully packed supplies tumble down the steep slope behind you, bouncing. and scattering across hundreds of feet of rocky terrain. Son of a Harris curses, quickly dismounting to secure the remaining gear before it follows. Everything we can't afford to lose just went over the side. The implications hit you immediately. Those packs contained most of your food, ammunition, and winter supplies. Critical items that meant the difference between comfort and privation, possibly even between life and death. Harris surveys the scattered gear with a practiced eye. Most of it looks recoverable, but it'll take time we don't have with this storm coming. He makes a quick decision. I'll go after the supplies. You push onto that outcropping you spotted. Start setting up shelter. I'll join you there. Shouldn't we stick together? You ask, uneasy about separating in deteriorating conditions. Can't risk losing those supplies, Harris says firmly. You've learned enough to handle yourself for a few hours. Take my horse. Leave yours for me to pack recovered gear. There's no time to argue. Harris transfers his rifle and a few essentials to a small pack, gives you brief directions to the outcropping, and starts picking his way down the treacherous slope. You watch him for a moment, admiring the sure-footed confidence with which he navigates terrain that would make a mountain goat pause. Don't wait on me if the storm hits full force, he calls back. Get shelter built and fire started while you still can. With that, he disappears around a bend, leaving you alone on the wind-swept mountainside. You take a deep breath, fighting down a flutter of anxiety. This is the first time you've been truly on your own since joining Harris. The responsibility sits heavy on your shoulders. Leading both remaining horses, you make your way toward the outcropping. The wind strengthens with each passing minute, now carrying occasional fat droplets of rain, harbingers of the deluge to come. The temperature drops noticeably, the mountains' way of announcing that this storm means business. By the time you reach the outcropping, the sky has transformed completely. What began as scattered clouds has become a rolling, seething mass of darkness that swallows the sun. The distant thunder has become a constant rumble, punctuated by sharper cracks that echo across the peaks. You secure the horses in a natural enclosure formed by fallen boulders where they'll have some protection from the elements. Then you assess your shelter options. The outcropping does indeed have a promising overhang. Not quite a cave, but a significant lip of stone that projects outward, creating a semi-protected space beneath. Okay, you mutter to yourself, recalling Harris's lessons on emergency shelters. Need to close in the sides. Create a windbreak. Set up a fire reflector. You begin gathering materials, fallen branches, pine boughs, rocks of suitable size. The rain increases from scattered drops to a steady patter, adding urgency to your work. Your hands move with growing confidence, muscle memory taking over as you implement techniques Harris drilled into you during calmer days.
First, a framework of sturdy branches to extend the natural shelter. These you lash together using rawhide strips from your possible bag. Next, a layer of pine boughs arranged in overlapping rows, like shingles to shed water. Around the sides, a combination of stones and more branches creates a windbreak, leaving only a small opening facing away from the prevailing wind. Inside this growing structure, you clear a space for a fire, constructing a reflector wall of flat stones that will direct heat back into the shelter rather than letting it dissipate into the mountain air. Every step is accompanied by Harris's voice in your head, higher on that side. Pack those boughs tighter. Leave a smoke hole, or you'll suffocate yourself. The rain becomes a steady downpour as you work. Your clothes grow sodden, then begin to chill. You, as the temperature continues to drop, fingers growing numb. You force yourself to work faster. A mountain storm in autumn could easily bring snow, especially at this elevation. Hypothermia was a constant threat, claiming unwary travelers who underestimated the mountain's capacity for sudden lethal cold. By the time the shelter takes recognizable form, you're shivering uncontrollably. Getting a fire started becomes your next urgent priority. You gather tinder and kindling, protecting it under your coat as you carry it to the shelter. From your possible bag comes your fire-making kit, flint, steel, and a small tin of char cloth, the blackened linen that catches, sparks, and nurtures them into flame. Come on, you murmur, striking steel against flint, sending sparks toward the waiting char cloth. Your cold, stiffened fingers make the task harder than usual. After several frustrating attempts, a spark finally catches, creating a glowing ember in the char cloth. You nurture this tiny spark with the reverence of a priest tending a sacred flame, carefully transferring it to a waiting nest of dry grass and shredded bark. Gentle breath, not too strong, not too weak, coaxes the ember into a small flame. You feed it carefully, gradually adding larger pieces of kindling until a proper fire blazes in your stone fireplace. The shelter transforms with the fire's birth. What was a damp, uninviting space becomes a haven of warmth and light. You hang your soaked outer garments near the flames to dry, keeping on enough layers to maintain modesty, but allowing your body to benefit from the fire's heat. Outside, the storm unleashes its full fury. Rain turns to sleet, then to driving snow that hisses as it hits the ground. Wind howls through the mountain pass, testing your shelter's construction. You make ongoing adjustments, adding reinforcement here, improving drainage there. As you identify weaknesses, 2 hours pass with no sign of Harris. Concern grows in your gut, though you try to suppress it. He's the most capable woodsman you've ever met, certainly able to handle himself in a storm. Still, accidents happen even to the most experienced. You venture out briefly to check on the horses, finding them huddled together in their stone enclosure, rumps to the wind in the instinctive posture of plains animals weathering a storm. You throw your spare blanket over them for additional protection, then hurry back to your shelter. The brief exposure to the elements, renewing your shivering. Back by the fire, you take stock of your supplies. Harris's saddlebags contained some basic provisions: jerky, coffee, a small pouch of pemmican, enough to sustain you for a few days, if necessary. You have ammunition for your rifle, basic medical supplies, and fire-making materials. Not comfortable, but survivable. The day darkens toward evening, with still no sign of Harris. The storm shows no indication of abating. If anything, it intensifies as night approaches. Mountain storms could last hours or days. There was no predicting their duration. Okay, you say aloud, needing to hear a human voice, even if only your own. If he's not back by morning, I'll need to go looking. You add more wood to the fire, creating a stockpile within easy reach for the night. Sleep would be fitful at best, requiring regular waking to maintain the flames. Cold and exposure killed more mountain men than Indians or grizzlies combined. A fact Harris had impressed upon you early in your training. As darkness falls completely, transforming your shelter into a small island of firelight in an ocean of howling blackness, your thoughts turn to Harris. Where was he? Had he recovered the supplies, found shelter of his own, or had the mountain claimed another victim, adding his name to the long list of those who ventured into the wilderness never to return? You shake off such morbid speculation. Harris was too skilled, too stubborn to succumb easily. More likely, he'd found shelter lower down the slope, perhaps in the forest, where tree cover would provide natural protection. The night deepens. You maintain the fire, dozing in short bursts between tending the flames. The storm continues its assault, rattling your shelter and driving snow through even the smallest gaps in your construction. You make ongoing improvements, learning through trial what works and what doesn't. This practical education, gained through direct experience rather than instruction, was the mountain man's true schooling. Sometime in the night's darkest hours, over the wind's howl, you detect a new sound, a shout, human and nearby. You scramble to the shelter's entrance, peering into the storm-lashed darkness. Harris, you call, voice nearly lost in the wind. Here, comes the faint reply. Following the sound, you spot a figure struggling up the slope toward your shelter, bent against the wind's force. You rush out, fighting the gale to reach him. It's indeed Harris, snow-covered and exhausted, but alive. Together, you stagger back to the shelter, where the fire's warmth provides immediate blessed relief. Thought you might be dead, you admit, helping him remove his frozen outer garments. Harris manages a weary grin. Takes more than a little mountain tantrum to finish me. His expression grows more serious, but it was close. Got caught in a slide. Loose rocks coming down the slope. Barely dodged the worst of it. He accepts a cup of hot coffee, with hands trembling from cold and exhaustion. Managed to recover most of the supplies, he reports. Stashed them under a rock shelf about half a mile down. Too heavy to bring up in these conditions. We can get them after the storm, you assure him. Secretly relieved that his delay hadn't been due to injury or worse. Harris surveys your shelter with an appraising eye. Not bad work, he concedes. Wouldn't have expected better from men with years in the mountains. Coming from him, this is high praise indeed. You feel a surge of pride that warms you more effectively than the fire. Could use some improvements, though, he adds. Never one to let satisfaction breed complacency. Smoke holes too small, and you need a better drainage around the base. Water will pull otherwise soak through your bedding. Even exhausted and half frozen, Harris can't help teaching. You welcome the critique, knowing each lesson improves your chances of survival in this unforgiving environment. As Harris warms and recovers, he shares details of his misadventure. The pack recovery had gone reasonably well until the weather deteriorated dramatically. What began as rain quickly turned to sleet, then blinding snow driven by gale force winds. Visibility dropped to almost nothing. Couldn't see 3 feet ahead, he explains, sipping his coffee. Started back up the slope anyway, figuring I'd rather freeze moving than sitting still. That's when the slide hit. Tons of rock and shale breaking loose above me. He describes diving behind an outcropping just as the main force of the slide thundered past. Close enough that rocks were bouncing off my back, he says, with the casual tone mountain men often used when recounting near-death experiences after the slide. Disoriented and increasingly cold, Harris had nearly taken a wrong turn that would have led him away from your position. Only the momentary parting of the snow squalls, revealing the silhouette of your ridge against the sky, had allowed him to correct his course. Saw the firelight soon after, he concludes. Like a lighthouse in a storm. Good job keeping it bright. The simple acknowledgement means more than any elaborate praise. In the mountains, actions spoke louder than words, and keeping a strong fire during a storm was one of the most fundamental survival skills. As the night progresses, the storm begins to abate. The wind's howl diminishes to a moaning sigh, then to occasional gusts. The driving snow thins, then stops entirely, leaving behind an eerie silence broken only by the gentle crackle of your fire. Storms breaking, Harris observes, peering out at the night sky, now visible through patches in the clouds. Stars coming out. Temperature will drop hard now. This was a weather pattern familiar to mountain dwellers. The clearing after a storm often brought the coldest temperatures as the cloud cover that trapped warmth dissipated, allowing heat to escape into the vast emptiness of the night sky. Better reinforce the shelter, Harris suggests, and build up the fire. It'll be bitter by dawn. Despite your exhaustion, you help Harris gather additional insulation materials, more pine boughs, dry grass where you can find it, anything to create dead air spaces that would trap body heat. The mountain man's approach to cold was proactive. Prepare before you feel the full force of dropping temperatures. In the morning, we'll reassess, Harris says, as you both finally settle by the fire. Might push onto the valley if the trails pass. Might need to stay put another day if there's too much snow. This flexibility was another essential trait of the mountain man. Rigid plans killed. Adaptability survived. Nature dictated the terms, and the wise trapper adjusted accordingly. The remainder of the night passes in relative comfort. You're improved, shelter keeping the worst of the cold at bay. You take turns tending the fire, each grabbing a few hours of uninterrupted rest. By the time dawn approaches, you feel reasonably restored despite the previous day's orals. Morning reveals a transformed landscape. Every surface bears a coating of fresh snow, not deep, but enough to obscure trail markers and change familiar landmarks. The sun rises into a crystal clear sky, its light almost painfully bright as it reflects off the pristine white covering. Beautiful, you murmur, taking in the scene from the shelter entrance. And dangerous, Harris adds practically. Snow hides dead falls, loose rocks, all sorts of hazards. Will move slow today. Test each step. After a breakfast of jerky and coffee, you dismantle the shelter, another mountainman practice. Leaving a structure intact was considered wasteful and potentially dangerous, as it might collapse on future travelers seeking refuge in the same spot. Always leave a place better than you found it. Harris instructs as you work. Next man through might be in worse shape than you were. With the campsite restored to its natural state, you begin the careful journey down to recover the cached supplies. The going is treacherous, the fresh snow concealing icy patches and unstable ground. Several times one or both of you slip, saved from serious falls. Only by quick reflexes and mutual assistance, you locate the supply cache without difficulty, finding the packs remarkably intact despite their tumbling descent. Together, you reorganize and repack, then begin the slow climb back toward Thunderass. Valleys still our best bet, Harris decides, studying the terrain ahead. Trail should improve once we're over the pass. 2, maybe 3 hours travel if we push steady. The next hours prove Harris right about the snow's dangers. What would have been a challenging but straightforward hike becomes a constant negotiation with treacherous footing. Every step requires attention. Every slope presents hidden hazards. The mountain, beautiful in its winter dress, demands a lethal price for carelessness. By midday, you reach Thunder Pass itself, a narrow gap between towering rock faces, swept relatively clear of snow by the same winds that had driven yesterday's storm. Standing in the pass, you're rewarded with your first view of the valley beyond, a broad sheltered expanse nestled between protective mountain arms. Home for the winter, Harris announces, gesturing toward the distant valley floor. Good water, good hunting, natural shelter. Many a trapper's wintered there over the years. You study the valley with growing excitement after the ordeal of the storm and the exposed mountainside. The protected valley looks like paradise. Pine forests provide both shelter and fuel. Meadows offer grazing for horses, and a river visible as a silver thread from this distance promises fish and beaver. The descent from the pass proves easier than the climb, though still demanding careful attention. As you lose elevation, the snow thins, eventually giving way to mere patches in shaded areas. The air warms noticeably as you drop into the valley's protective embrace. By late afternoon, you reach the valley floor. Harris leads you to a spot he clearly knows well. A small clearing near a bend in the river, sheltered by a natural amphitheater of rock that would block the worst winter winds. Old, Broken Hand Fitzpatrick showed me this spot. Oh, must be 15 years back. Harris reminisces as you unsaddle weary horses. Many are trappers, sheltered here over the years. You notice stone fire rings, remnants of previous occupants. This wasn't wilderness in the sense of being untouched. It was wilderness in the mountain man's understanding. A place where humans visited but didn't dominate, where nature still held the upper hand despite occasional human presence. We'll build proper winter quarters tomorrow, Harris decides, surveying the site. For tonight, basic shelter will do. We earned some rest. As you construct a simple lean-to and prepare an evening meal from your recovered supplies, you reflect on the lessons of the past 24 hours. The storm, the separation, the shelter building. Each challenge had pushed you beyond what you thought yourself capable of. You'd made mistakes, certainly, but you'd survived. In the mountain man's world, that was the only grade that mattered. Harris, warming himself by the newly built fire, seems to read your thoughts. Did good up there, he says simply. Most greenhorns would have panicked, being left alone in a storm like that. Almost did, you admit. He shakes his head. No, you worked the problem, built shelter, made fire, secured the horses. That's not panic. That's becoming a mountain man. The simple endorsement fills you with quiet pride. You're not just surviving in the wilderness now. You're beginning to understand it, to work with, rather than against its harsh realities. As night falls on the valley, bringing with it the distant howl of wolves and the first hard freeze since the storm, you settle into your bedroll with a new-wound confidence. The mountains are still dangerous, still unforgiving of mistakes, but they're becoming comprehensible. A harsh teacher whose lessons once learned are never forgotten. Harris, smoking a final pipe before sleep, gazes thoughtfully into the fire. Winter's coming fast, he observes. Good time to be in this valley, with shelter built and meat stored. He looks up at the star-filled sky. Bad time to be caught unprepared in these mountains. You nod, understanding the implicit lesson. In the wilderness, survival wasn't about conquering nature, an impossible task, but about respecting its power and adapting to its rhythms. The mountain men who lived longest weren't the strongest or the bravest, but the wisest. Those who learned to read the land, the sky, the subtle signs that spelled the difference between life and death. Tomorrow would bring the labor of building winter quarters, of preparing for the long, cold months ahead. But tonight, warm by the fire in this sheltered valley, you've earned a moment of rest, a mountain man's simple reward for another day survived in the beautiful, brutal wilderness. The next few days pass in a blur of constant work. Winter quarters don't build themselves, and Harris is determined to have proper shelter before the deep cold sets in. Together, you construct a more substantial cabin than you'd initially imagined. Not the crude lean-to you've been sleeping in, but a real mountain man's winter home. 3 things matter in winter quarters, Harris explains, as you notch logs for The cabin walls, tight construction to keep heat in, good drainage to keep water out, and proper placement to avoid slides and deadfalls. The site he's chosen meets all these requirements, high enough to avoid spring flooding, sheltered from avalanche paths, and positioned to catch morning sun while being protected from prevailing winds. Generations of trappers had refined such knowledge through brutal trial and error. By the 5th day, your cabin takes recognizable form. A simple rectangle of notched logs with a pitched roof of poles covered with pine boughs, and finally a layer of earth. The floor is packed dirt, but Harris shows you how to create a raised sleeping platform that will keep you off the cold ground. A stone fireplace dominates one wall, constructed with the same care a city dweller might lavish on fine furniture. Fire's your life in winter, Harris emphasizes, meticulously checking the draft. Get this wrong, you'll either freeze or suffocate. With shelter secured, attention turns to building up food stores. The valley offers abundant game, but winter hunting can be uncertain. Better to secure meat now when animals are fat before winter's privations. Need to learn the valley, Harris announces one crisp morning. Time you started finding your own way around. Can't always rely on following my tracks. This declaration fills you with both pride and apprehension. Navigation in the wilderness was no simple matter. There were no street signs, no marked trails, often not even distinct landmarks in dense forest or featureless terrain. We'll start with something easy, Harris says, noting your expression. Ridge, hunt for elk. Good game. Good views for learning the lay of the land. You prepare carefully for the day's expedition. Rifle cleaned and loaded. Possible bags stocked with essentials. Knife freshly honed. Harris watches your preparations with approval, occasionally offering refinements. His teaching style has evolved as your skills have grown. Fewer direct instructions, more guided discovery, allowing you to develop the independent judgment a mountain man needs. Dawn finds you climbing a forested ridge east of camp. Harris moves with deliberate slowness, using the hunt as an opportunity to impart navigation wisdom. Notice the sun, he says, pausing in a small clearing, rises in the east, but not exactly east, changes with the seasons. He points to where the sun currently sits, low over the horizon. Mid-autumn now, so it's rising southeast. Come deep winter, it'll rise even further south. This was the mountain man's compass, not the magnetic needle of civilization, but the celestial bodies themselves. Harris demonstrates how to maintain direction using the sun's position combined with time of day. A mental calculation that becomes second nature with practice. What about cloudy days? You ask, envisioning the overcast skies of winter. Good question. Mountains themselves help. Notice how radial lines run, how drainages flow. Everything follows patterns. Harris gestures to the surrounding landscape. Main divides generally run north-south in these ranges. Streams flow east or west from them. He shows you how to read terrain, not just the obvious features, but subtle signs invisible to untrained eyes. The density of vegetation on north versus south-facing slopes, the way certain trees grow more branches on their southern sides, the prevailing lean of weathered snags shaped by dominant winds. Lots of ways to keep your bearings, Harris continues. As you climb higher, Indians say moss grows thicker on the north side of trees, but that's not always reliable. Better to use multiple signs. Never trust just one. You absorb these lessons eagerly, understanding their vital importance. Men had died horribly within miles of safety simply because they lost their way and couldn't regain it. In winter especially, a wrong turn could mean fatal exposure or starvation. The ridge opens to a grassy plateau, offering expansive views of the surrounding valley. Harris stops, allowing you to catch your breath while scanning for game. Now, the real test of navigation, he says, pointing to distant landmarks. Make a map in your head. Remember what things look like from different angles. That distinctive peak there, how it lines up with the riverbed. That's a bearing you can use from anywhere in this valley. He quizzes you on directions, challenging you to identify return roads from various points. It's a mental exercise that feels unnatural at first. Modern humans are accustomed to external directional aids, not internalized spatial awareness. Most lost men make the same mistake. Harris observes. They panic, start moving too fast. Don't take time to study where they are. Better to stop. Make camp if necessary. Get your bearings before continuing. You nod, filing away this wisdom. Patience, another survival trait that ran counter to instinct. When lost or in danger, the natural impulse was to act immediately, often making the situation worse. Movement catches your eye. A flash of tan against green at the far end of the plateau. Elk. A small herd grazing peacefully, unaware of your presence. Harris has already spotted them, signaling for absolute stillness. He studies the herd through narrowed eyes, assessing winds in our favor. He whispers, "Need to circle round, get closer. Watch how I move, where I place my feet." What follows is a masterclass in stalking. Harris becomes almost invisible, using every contour of the land for concealment, freezing into absolute stillness when any animal raises its head. You follow as best you can, mimicking his movements, learning through observation the art of moving unseen. The stalk takes over an hour to cover less than half a mile, painfully slow by civilized standards. But the patience of a hunter isn't measured by clocks. Finally, within effective rifle range, Harris gestures for you to take the shot. It's a significant moment. He's trusting your marksmanship with valuable meat. You ease into position, controlling your breathing as he taught you. The rifle feels natural against your shoulder. Now, an extension of your body rather than a foreign tool. You select your target, a young bull. Not the herd leader, but a good compromise between meat quality and herd health. The hawan roars, sending birds scattering from nearby trees. Through the drifting smoke, you see the elk stagger, then collapse. The rest of the herd bolts, disappearing into the forest with remarkable speed for animals so large. Clean shot, Harris approves, already moving toward the fallen elk. Lung hit, quick death, no wasted meat. The approval warms you despite the chill air in the mountains. Such practical skills earned more respect than any amount of book learning or social graces. A man who could put meat on the fire was valuable. One who couldn't was a liability. Field. Dressing the elk is now familiar work, though Harris still offers occasional refinements to your technique. As you work, he continues the navigation lesson, pointing out how the position of the sun has changed, how shadows have shifted, how these changes affect your perception of landmarks. Come winter, days get short fast, he warns. Maybe 6, 7 hours of good light. Plan accordingly. Man caught out after dark in February has slim chances. With the elk properly dressed, you face the challenge of transporting several hundred lbs of meat back to camp. Harris shows you how to construct a simple travoir, a triangular frame of poles that can be dragged behind you, distributing the weight to make it manageable. Indians been using these for centuries, he explains, as you lash poles together. Simple, but effective. One man can move what 4 men might carry. Loaded with elk quarters, the Tavoy proves its worth. On the return journey, though still physically demanding, it transforms an impossible task into merely a difficult one. You take turns pulling, using game trails, where possible to ease the burden. The descent offers new navigation challenges. What seemed obvious, climbing up, becomes confusing going down. Landmarks appear different. Sight lines change. Familiar features disappear behind ridges. Harris uses these difficulties as teaching opportunities. Always look back regularly when traveling, he advises. Remember what the way home looks like. Different perspective, coming and going. This habit turning to study the back trail becomes second nature as you practice it throughout the descent. It's one of many small disciplines that collectively constitute wilderness wisdom. None particularly dramatic, but each potentially life-saving in the right circumstances. Halfway down, Harris suddenly raises his hand for a halt. You freeze instantly, recognizing the signal for potential danger. His posture changes subtly, body tensing as he scans the surrounding forest. You follow his gaze, but see nothing unusual. Grizzly, he whispers, nodding toward what appears to be an unremarkable section of forest. Big male, about 80 yards through those aspens. It takes several seconds before you spot it. A massive brown form, partially hidden by brush, moving with surprising stealth for such a large animal. Your blood runs cold at the sight. Grizzlies were the undisputed monarchs of the mountains, capable of killing a man with terrifying ease. What do we do? You whisper, fighting the urge to raise your rifle. Nothing sudden. Harris murmurs. He knows we're here. Smelled the elk blood for sure. We're downwind, or he'd have smelled us too. The bear continues its methodical movement, paralleling your trail, but not approaching directly. Its massive head swings from side to side, testing the air currents. He's deciding if we're worth the trouble. Harris explains, his voice preternaturally calm. Most bears avoid men if they can. Problem is, we've got meat, and he can smell it. You stand motionless, barely breathing, as the massive predator considers its options. The treyoi with its bloody elk quarters suddenly seems like a terrible liability. Harris slowly, almost imperceptibly, shifts his rifle into a ready position without raising it. If he charges, he breathes. Aim for the chest, not the head. Skulls, too thick for a sure kill. Chest shot might turn him at least. The bear rises briefly on its hind legs, its full height momentarily visible, an awesome sight that triggers primal fear. Tall at least, with paws that could decapitate a man with a single swipe. Then with startling suddenness, it drops back to all fours and moves away, disappearing into thicker forest. You release a breath you didn't realize you were holding. Why'd it leave? Harris shrugs, decided we weren't worth it. Maybe he's already fed. Maybe something in our scent warned him off. Bears have their own reasoning. He scans the forest carefully before signaling to continue. Keep alert, though. He might circle around, come at us from another direction. Grizzlies are crafty that way. The encounter adds tension to the remainder of your journey. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush draws immediate attention. The forest, that seemed merely challenging before now feels actively threatening, full of hidden dangers beyond human control. This too was part of mountain life, the constant awareness of being neither at the top of the food chain nor particularly well adapted to the environment. Humans survived in the wilderness not through physical superiority, but through knowledge, tools, and cooperation. Alone, a man was vulnerable. Together, with shared vigilance and complementary skills, survival odds improved dramatically. You reach camp without further incident. The late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the valley. The elk meat is quickly hung on a drying rack near the cabin, high enough to discourage four-legged scavengers. Tomorrow will bring the work of proper preservation, smoking, jerking, pemmican making. But for now, simply securing the bounty is enough. As twilight approaches, Harris sets you a new navigational challenge. Find north, he instructs, without using the sun or stars. You consider the problem, recalling his earlier lessons. Without celestial guidance, you need to rely on natural features. You study the surrounding trees, looking for moss growth patterns. But they're inconsistent, as Harris warned. The mountain ridges offer some clues, but not definitive ones. Finally, you spot a promising sign, an old lightning-struck pine with more branches on one side than the other. That way, you declare, pointing south is that direction, so north is opposite. Harris nods approvingly. Good eye. How do you figure it? The tree, you explain. More branches on the south side, where it gets more sun, so that south and north is opposite. Good observation, he acknowledges. Now, what else confirms it? You scan the landscape again, spotting additional clues. Now that you have a tentative orientation, the direction of the river flow, the position of certain peaks relative to the valley, the slightly greater snow accumulation on one side of rock outcroppings, multiple signs, you say, with growing confidence, all pointing to the same direction. That's the way, Harris confirms. Never trust just one sign. Nature can fool you. But when 3 or 4 signs agree, you're probably right. He continues testing your navigation skills as you prepare the evening meal, quizzing you about route finding in various scenarios, in fog, in snowstorms, in featureless terrain. Each question forces you to apply principles rather than memorize facts, developing the adaptable thinking essential for wilderness survival. After supper, with darkness fully descended, Harris introduces a new navigational tool, the night sky. You've noticed him studying the stars before, but now he begins formal instruction, pointing out key constellations and their uses for orientation. North stars, your best friend at night, he explains, indicating the steadfast light that had guided travelers for millennia. Find the Big Dipper, follow the pointer stars, and there it is, always showing north. The lesson continues with other celestial landmarks, Cassia, the Pleiades, Orion, each with its place in the seasonal progression of the night sky. Like indigenous peoples before them, mountain men had developed a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, not as an academic pursuit, but as a practical survival tool. Stars don't just show direction, Harris notes. They show seasons too. When Orion stands high at midnight, winter's at its depth. When he's visible in early evening, fall's turning to winter. This natural calendar, based on celestial observations, rather than printed almanacs, governed the mountain man's yearly cycle. It told when to expect certain weather patterns, when animals would migrate, when plants would be available for harvest. For men living in harmony with natural rhythms, such knowledge was essential. As the lesson concludes, you realize how much your perception has changed in these months with Harris. What began as a bewildering wilderness has become increasingly legible, a landscape filled with signs and patterns for those who know how to read them. You're still a novice compared to Harris, but the foundation is there, growing stronger with each day's experience. Tomorrow we'll set more trap lines, Harris announces as you bank the fire for the night. Different direction up the North Fork of the creek. More chance of running into trouble there. It's closer to Blackfoot territory. The mention of the Blackfoot sends a chill through you. Unlike the relatively friendly Crow, the Blackfoot were implacably hostile to trappers, whom they viewed as trespassers and resource thieves, stories of their treatment of captured mountain men with the stuff of frontier nightmares. Should we avoid that area? You ask. Harris shakes his head. Best beaver grounds in the valley. Risk worth taking if we're careful. Besides, need to know all approaches to our camp, including the dangerous ones. This was another aspect of mountain wisdom. Calculated risk-taking. Avoiding all danger was impossible and often counterproductive. Better to understand and manage risks than to pretend they didn't exist or could be completely avoided. Get some sleep, Harris advises, settling into his own bedroll. Tomorrow's a long day. You lie awake for a time, processing the day's lessons. Navigation, hunting, predator awareness, each skill building on the others, creating a web of knowledge that might mean the difference between life and death in this unforgiving environment. The learning curve remained steep, but you were climbing it, one hard-earned lesson at a time. Outside, an owl calls. 3 soft hoots that echo across the valley. Somewhere more distant, a wolf answers with a lonely howl. These night sounds, once alien and threatening, have become almost comforting in their familiarity. The wilderness isn't welcoming exactly, but it's become incomprehensible. Its dangers balanced by its austere beauty and the deep satisfaction of meeting its challenges. Sleep claims you, eventually, bringing dreams of mountain trails and star-filled skies, of elk herds and silent bears, of finding your way through landscapes both threatening and magnificent. In the morning, you'll face new challenges, learn new skills, perhaps encounter new dangers. But for now, wrapped in buffalo robe, in your snug cabin, you rest, a mountain man in training, increasingly at home, in a world few Easterners could imagine, let alone survive. The wilderness is changing you, stripping away civilization's veneer to reveal something more elemental underneath. Not quite the savage of dime novels, but certainly not the person who first ventured west, seeking fortune and adventure. Something in between, tougher, more patient, more attuned to the natural world and your place within it. Harris understands this transformation. He's guided others through it before, watched city softness give way to frontier hardiness. Some men couldn't make the change and returned east, broken by the mountain's harsh demands. Others, like you, adapted and thrived, finding in the wilderness a strange new home that challenged and rewarded in equal measure. Tomorrow's journey will test your growing skills, push you further along the path from greenhorn to mountain man. For now, the owl calls again. The fire crackles low, and sleep deepens, preparing body and mind for whatever the mountains might bring. With the dawn's light, weeks pass, bleeding into months. The rhythm of your days changes with the deepening winter. What began as autumn's mild chill has transformed into the iron grip of mountain cold. Temperatures that freeze breath into ice crystals and turn exposed skin white with frostbite in minutes. The calendar you once lived by, with its neat divisions of hours, days, weeks, has dissolved, replaced by nature's more elemental timekeeper. You mark days not by dates, but by the sun's brief arcs across the southern sky, by the phases of the moon, by the changing positions of constellations in the night. December now, or close to it, Harris remarks one morning, as you both emerge from the cabin into knife-edge cold. The snow squeaks beneath your moccasins, so dry and frozen that it sounds almost like walking on glass. Shortest days coming after. That light starts returning, bit by bit. Winter in the high country isn't a season of leisure, despite the popular image of trappers idling away the months until spring. Every day brings essential tasks: gathering firewood, checking trap lines close to camp, maintaining equipment, hunting when game presents itself. Survival requires constant attention, a steady rhythm of necessary work. Wood piles getting low, you observe, eyeing the stack of split logs beside the cabin. Keeping adequate firewood was a daily concern. In temperatures that routinely dropped to 30 below zero, running out meant death. Take the hand sled up to the deadfall, Harris suggests, referring to a stand of lightning-killed pine you'd discovered on a nearby ridge. Good dry wood there burns hot. The work is grueling in the deep snow. But your body has adapted to such labor. Muscles that once screamed in protest now perform steadily, efficiently. You've lost the softness of civilization, replaced by the wiry strength of a mountain man. Not bulky or imposing, but durable, capable of sustained effort in harsh conditions. Returning with the loaded sleds, you spot tracks crossing your path, the distinctive rounded prints of mountain lion. Harris examines them with professional interest when you point them out. Big Tom, he assesses, hunting the same deer. We are been through here this morning. There's no fear in his voice, just matter-of-fact acknowledgement of another predator sharing the valley. Winter created a certain equality among hunters, human and animal alike. All struggled against the same implacable cold, the same scarcity of food. Will it come near the cabin? You ask, remembering stories of starving predators growing bold enough to attack humans. Harris shrugs. Might. Cats are curious, but they're cautious too, especially around fire and human scent. He stands, brushing snow from his knees. Just keep your eyes open and make noise when you're out alone. Most trouble with predators comes when you surprise them. Back at the cabin, you spend the afternoon splitting and stacking the new wood, then repairing snowshoes that have begun to show wear. The quiet, repetitive tasks have become almost meditative, a time when hands work independently while mind wanders. You find yourself thinking of your life before the mountains, comparing that existence to your present reality. The contrasts are stark. Formerly, comfort was assumed, danger rare. Now, comfort is fleeting, danger ever present. Yet there's a strange satisfaction In this reversal, a depth to existence that was lacking in civilization's predictable safety. Each day survived feels earned rather than merely passed through. Evening brings another mountain winter ritual. The gathering of neighbors. 3 trappers from a camp 2 valleys over arrive as dusk approaches. Their approach, heralded by the jingling of steel traps and the soft hiss of snowshoes on powder. Thought we'd find you boys frozen solid, calls the leader, a grizzled veteran named Fitzgerald, whom you've met at previous gatherings. Winter's coming hard and early this year. Such visits were vital to mountain society, preventing the isolation that could drive men to madness during the long, dark months. News would be exchanged, stories told, perhaps small trades made, all reinforcing the human connections that helped trappers endure the wilderness. Harris welcomes them with customary hospitality, coffee laced with precious sugar, spaces near the fire, fresh venison from a deer shot 2 days prior. The cabin grows warm with bodies and conversation, smoke from pipes adding a fragrant haze to the firelit interior. Talk turns to practical matters first. Weather patterns, game movements, signs of Indian activity. Mountain men might seem like romantic individualists in Eastern newspapers, but their survival depended on shared knowledge and mutual support. Blackfoot crossed the North Divide last week, Fitzgerald reports soberly. War party looked like 12, maybe 15 warriors, headed east toward Crow territory. Harris absorbs this news with a frown. Unusual for winter. Must be some blood debt they're settling. Or they're desperate, suggests one of Fitzgerald's companions, a younger trapper called Frenchie for his Quebeca origins. Game scarce on the northern slopes this year, might be hungry enough to risk winter raiding. The conversation continues in this vein, a detailed exchange of intelligence that would mean little to outsiders, but represented vital security information to men living on the frontier's edge. As night deepens and bellies fill with food, the talk shifts from practical concerns to storytelling. The mountain man's entertainment, education, and oral history combined. Tales of remarkable survival, narrow escapes, encounters with strange phenomena, all delivered in the understated style that was the hallmark of frontier narrative. Fitzgerald, warming to his role as the evening's principal storyteller, recounts a tale from his early days in the mountains. Winter of 25 over on the Yellowstone. Me and old Pierre Lade got caught in a blizzard that had freeze the hair off a buffalo. No shelter except what we could make. No food except what little pemmican we had left. The cabin grows quiet as he speaks, each man drawn into the narrative, not through dramatic delivery or exaggerated details, but through the authentic voice of lived experience. 3 days that storm howled snow so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Built a snow cave just big enough for 2 men and a small fire. Took turns staying awake to keep that flame alive. Let it die. We'd have died with it. He describes their gradual weakening as supplies dwindled, the growing likelihood that neither would survive to see clear weather. 4th morning, Pierre doesn't wake up, just slipped away in his sleep, peaceful like, too cold, too hungry, too tired to go on. The matter-of-fact description of his companion's death carries more emotional weight than any dramatic rendering could achieve. This was the mountain reality. Men died, often alone or witnessed only by equally helpless companions. No ceremony, no marked graves, just the wilderness reclaiming its own. Had to keep moving after that. Fitzgerald continues, knew if I stayed put, I'd follow Pierre quick enough. Started walking. No real idea which direction, except downhill, figuring any valley might have game or shelter. His salvation came in the form of a hot spring, one of the geothermal features scattered throughout the greater Yellowstone region. The warmth kept a small area free of snow, attracting game and offering the barest margin of survival until the storm broke. Lived 6 days by that spring, eating whatever came to drink and keeping warm in the steam. Strangest thing, spring had minerals in it. Turned my skin and hair red as a fox. Crow hunting party found me eventually. Thought I was some kind of spirit with my red skin and half-starved look. Treated me gentle because of it. Nursed me back instead of taking my hair. The story concludes not with triumph, but with humble acknowledgement of the fine margins between survival and death. Wasn't skill saved me? Was luck plain and simple? Mountains don't care how good a trapper you are when they decide to test you. Other stories follow. Harris contributes an account of navigating through dense fog, using only the sound of distant waterfalls as guidance. Frenchie describes encountering a grizzly bear that ignored him completely, focused instead on gorging on berries before hibernation. You listen, absorbing not just the entertainment value, but the embedded lessons. Each tale contained practical wisdom, techniques that worked, mistakes to avoid, signs to watch for. This was the mountain man's true education, passed from veteran to greenhorn through narratives that engaged both emotion and intellect. Eventually, as the fire burns lower and eyelids grow heavy, the visitors prepare to depart. Night travel was dangerous, but sometimes necessary. With clear skies and a nearly full moon, the risk was acceptable for experienced men. Appreciate the company, Harris says, as they done snowshoes at the cabin door, needed some new voices besides this youngster's. Fitzgerald chuckles. He's coming along, though. Got the look now. Not so green anymore. He studies you appraisingly. Might make a proper mountain man by spring. The compliment, casual as it is, warms you more effectively than the fire. Acceptance by these veterans represented a transition from tolerated novice to recognized, if junior, member of their exclusive brotherhood. After the visitors depart, you and Harris prepare for sleep. The cabin has cooled with the doors opening, and you build up the fire to last through the night. Outside, the temperature continues its relentless drop. Winter in the high country was beautiful, but merciless. The stars brilliant in the thin air, the snow transformed into diamond dust in the moonlight. And beneath this beauty, cold that could kill within hours. Good men, Harris comments as he settles into his bedroll. Fitzgerald, especially one of the few from the old days, still breathing. How long has he been in the mountains, you ask? Since 16 or thereabouts. Was with Ashley's first expedition up the Missouri. Survived the Arikara attack that killed a dozen others. Harris tamps out his pipe thoughtfully. Mountains have tried to kill him 100 different ways. So far, he's outsmarted them. The casual reference to such longevity gives you pause. In the trapping profession, a man who survived 10 years was considered fortunate. Many didn't last their first winter. What's the secret, you wonder aloud, to lasting so long out here? Harris considers the question seriously. Luck plays its part, he acknowledges. Being in the wrong place at the wrong time can kill even the most skilled. But beyond luck, he pauses, organizing his thoughts. 3 things, I'd say. Knowledge gained through experience and listening to those who have gone before. Adaptability, rigid men break when the mountains bend them. And community, lone wolves die alone when trouble finds them. It's one of the longest philosophical discourses you've heard from him, revealing the depth of thought beneath his practical exterior. Mountain men were often portrayed as unthinking brutes in Eastern newspapers. But the reality was far different. Survival in this environment required not just physical toughness, but intellectual flexibility and emotional resilience. Get some sleep, Harris advises, ending the conversation in his typical abrupt manner. Tomorrow, we check the north traps. Long day ahead. Sleep comes easily, despite the cold that seeps through even the well-constructed cabin walls. Your body has adapted to these conditions, developing a remarkable ability to generate heat through the night. The buffalo robes and wool blankets that seemed inadequate months ago now create a cocoon of sufficient warmth. Morning arrives with new snow. 6 fresh inches, transforming the landscape once again. After a breakfast of venison, hardtack, and coffee, you both prepare for the day's expedition to the distant trap line. Take extra gear, Harris advises. Weather feels changeable. Might need to shelter if it turns. This precaution, packing for potential emergency, had become second nature. In the mountains, conditions could shift from clear to life-threatening within hours. The prepared survived. The complacent perished. The journey to the North Traps takes you through the most beautiful terrain you've yet experienced. Pristine meadows where snow lies unmarked except for occasional wildlife tracks. Forests where laden branches create natural archways. Ridges offering spectacular views of snow-covered peaks marching to the horizon. Never gets old, Harris comments, noticing your appreciation of the scenery. Been looking at these mountains 30 years. Still find new beauty every day. It's a rare, poetic sentiment from a man usually focused on practical concerns. Winter in the high country affected men differently. Some grew depressed and restless in the confinement, while others found a deeper connection to the landscape in its stark elemental power. The trapline yields modest success. 3 beaver and a marten, their fur prime with winter thickness. Harris examines each pelt with expert assessment.